listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLTR FM Lowell, your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
The sidelines are packed. The fans are in the stands. It's game night from the Duneland to the Northwest Crossroads.
Hit hard from the backside. It is
the Greater South Shore.
Inside the 20, the 10. He will score.
And the Great Lakes.
And there he goes. Goodbye touchdown.
Our team of correspondents are covering every highlight, big play, and more.
He's got time. Look at end zone. Deflected and picked off.
From the game of the week to the beef of the week, our in-studio team keeps the chains moving.
First down.
Until the final whistle blows. Now, time for the kickoff on game night.
On Friday nights, we give 110%. We play to the echo of the whistle. We let it all hang out. We dig deep and we play with heart. After all, sports radio is filled with its share of cliches. And in week 2, we will find out if the old adage is true. The greatest improvement in prep football is from week 1 to week 2. I guess we'll see in 4 hours, because this is Game Night presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union. My name is Ben Kolodzinski, your host with the most, bringing you all of tonight's football action. Tonight we have Andrew Johnson manning the switches, Tom Maloney on the phones, and manning the mic across from me is Coach Wayne Svetanoff. Coach, how are you this afternoon?
Oh, I am ready, and like you said, week 2 is very, very important. You know, coaches depend on this to see where they are after week 1. Has their summer program worked, or do they have a lot of construction underway? And we're going to be able to see all of that tonight.
Yeah, we will. And we have a lot of exciting football action tonight. But before we get into that football action, we have something a little more serious to talk about. This year, Lakeshore Public Media has partnered with WJOB and JED TV for our pregame and postgame simulcasts. Unfortunately, JED TV lost a beloved member of their team this past week. A young man, Pedro Flores, was a producer for WJOB, and his untimely passing has deeply saddened Northwest Indiana sports community. A 2019 graduate from Bishop Knoll Institute, Pedro was a former football player and found great success as a state championship-winning soccer player his senior year. After graduating from Purdue Northwest, Pedro's dream was to become a sports commentator. Lakeshore Public Media and Game Night sincerely extends our condolences to Pedro and his family and his loved ones. Our thought and prayers go out to our cohort and our fellow media member. God bless you, partner. And here in sight, we actually have Andrew Johnson, who actually worked alongside Pedro, and we're going to let Andrew have a word here about one of his coworkers.
Yeah, I only worked with Pedro a handful of times, met him last spring while working the GLIAC softball tournament in Rosemont, and he was a very nice guy, really easy to talk to, just one of those guys that within the first 10 minutes meeting, you know he's just a good guy to get along with. Every game tonight on JED TV is in loving memory of him, and at halftime of every game there will be a video tribute for him, so definitely tune into that if you're watching any of the games on the JED TV network tonight.
Well said, Andrew. And, you know, anytime we have a tragedy such as this, our heartfelt sympathies and our prayers go out to everybody affected by this. This is just a young man who left us too soon, so God bless you. With that in mind, this episode on our station for Game Night is going to go out to Pedro and his family and the WJOB and JED TV audiences. Thank you for tuning in for us. This is Game Night. We're going to go ahead and talk about some of our action here. We do have our game of the night. Our game of the night this week is Kankakee Valley at Wheeler. That should be a fun one.
Yeah, it really should. KV did a heck of a nice job last week in beating a big rival, Rensselaer.
Right.
And they haven't done that very often.
No.
So that was a big win. And Wheeler, I was surprised. You know, they're one of those teams that I really had them doing well early.
Sure.
They struggled a little bit, but again, they were up against Hanover Central.
Right.
You know,
a lot of teams struggle against Hanover
Yes,
Central.
sir.
You know, so it's going to be an interesting matchup here. You know, Wheeler has a good, strong offense, a really excellent quarterback, likes to throw the ball around. Key Valley has kind of grown into this kind of power team almost. You know, able to have these big plays and kind of control the line of scrimmage. This could be a really fun one.
Yeah, and they're going to run the ball. KV is, Marco Castro is their leading ground gainer. Mm-hmm. He is one heck of a stud, and they've got a great quarterback for them also. So when you have that combination, you're going to put points on the board.
Absolutely. You know, so that'll be a fun one. We'll have Steve Schmidt giving us all the ins and outs of that game, so that'll be a fun one. Another game that we have that I've got my eye on, it's Andrean at Valparaiso. So this is a little bit of a rivalry game between me and my father. My father was an Andrean football player. I am a Valparaiso football player, so we're going to have bragging rights this weekend. I'm going to be going to a barbecue on Sunday with him at my sister's house, and I'm sure to, if I'm lucky enough as a Valpo Viking alum, to be able to rub it in his face. But you know what? Andrean's a tough team. They have every ability to, you know, make a game out of this.
How many times in the past, you know, has Andrean and Valpo come in the second game of the season losing their first contest?
That doesn't happen too often.
No,
now, does
it does not.
To be honest with you, I can't remember a time, you know, off the top of my head. These are two of the most storied programs in Northwest Indiana. Valparaiso won a state title, you know, just a couple years ago. Andrean's always in the mix for marching down state, and both of these teams have tremendous history. You kind of have to think, how do these teams respond? Okay, Valparaiso lost to Penn. That's a rough game for them.
Yeah,
right?
It is.
And who did Andrean lose to?
Andrean lost to Maryville.
That's a tough game, too.
Yeah,
right?
It certainly was.
So neither one of these teams has anything to hang their head over. These are two teams that lost to very powerful programs, albeit rivals of theirs. You know, it was kind of a defense optional with the Valpo game against Penn. There wasn't a whole lot of stops. I think it was, 49 to 42. You know, I mean, that's crazy. The Maryville game was close for a while. Maryville pulled away. A lot of Dr. Reed Amons, who will be covering this game, was covering that game as well. He kind of said the depth of Maryville took over and kind of, you know, wore on the Andrean 59ers. Do you think that that's going to be a factor here today?
Well, I mean, the depth on Valpo has to be just as good as it was last year. Mm-hmm. They have a lot of people coming back. But, you know, when you start at the beginning of the year here, people like to say, well, you know, one school lost a lot of players.
Right.
And in high school, you're losing a lot of players every year.
Every year, right.
So it depends on how strong your program is. And you got two programs that kind of shocked people around the state that lost last week.
Right.
Now they have a chance to get some momentum coming back and playing another very tough team.
Right, we're going to hear this over and over and over again. Which teams improved the most from week 1 to week 2. That's why I mentioned in my intro. That's why we're mentioning it here now. You see the greatest expanse of efficiency, the greatest improvement from this part of the season, and tonight's going to be a very interesting aspect for that.
And you know why? You know, people ask, sitting, you know, at home, okay, why are they improving? Why couldn't they do that if week 1? The big factor is game on film. They can now have the opponent on film from last week, and all week in practice, both teams are going to be showing their players, okay, here's the weaknesses we want to attack. Here's the, you know, offense we want to use. Whoever adapts now this week is going to be successful, I think, during the season.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point. For me, it's something that I always learned. You know, my very first start was against Penn, you know, some 2 decades ago, whatever it was. And the individual who I was going up against, I can't remember his name, but I do know the next year he started at Iowa at defensive end. So he he kind of showed me what I needed to work on, So some of these players are getting their first varsity reps. They're finally getting to hit another team, So now you know where you need to improve, what you need to work on. And I think that these two teams that are coached by some of the best coaches in Northwest Indiana or in the state, when you really think about it, they're going to really improve. And we should have a hard-hitting game this week.
That'll be a really good one.
Another rivalry game, a team we already mentioned. We've got Maryville at Hobart.
Yeah, that's a huge old-time rivalry. I remember my years at Maryville.
Right.
We would play them all the time, and Hobart was part of the Duneland back then, and it was a situation where and Hobart was the dominant team,
right?
In football back then. But I remember those games. They were bloodfest. There was no love between either one of those schools.
No, and you can just think back to playing in the Bricky Bowl, that type of thing. These hard-nosed, two strong communities, two good football teams that grew up just miles away from each other. Definitely a lot of fun for those types of games. So we'll make sure that we cover that one. I think Dr. Reed Amos is actually covering that game, not the Valparaiso Andrean game for us. So
right.
He's always one of the best, and he'll give us some updates on this one. So this is a very interesting game that we got going on here. This is Arizona College Prep at Crown Point. Of note, today is Coach Craig Bazia's birthday.
Oh.
So Wayne's going to go ahead and sing happy birthday to him.
Happy birthday. No, you don't want me singing.
I don't know if we want to hear that here on air. But no, happy birthday, Coach Craig Bazia.
Yeah.
He was on last week as our inaugural subject of T-Dub's House, our Coach's Corner. And he did an excellent job of explaining this game and how it came about. So Arizona College Prep is actually coached by one of his former assistant coaches and someone that he holds near and dear. So it just so happened that both of these teams have open weeks here. So Arizona College Prep is traveling across the country to play Craig Bazia's, I think number 2 ranked in 6A football team. This could be really interesting.
Oh, definitely. And anytime you go up against a young man that you had as a player, this is a great story. I mean, this young man was with Coach Bazia when he was at Portage. Then when Coach went to Homewood Flossmoor, this young man followed him and then went out to Arizona. And a lot of people will say, well, gee, does that mean Crown Point goes out to Arizona next year? No. So there's Indiana doesn't do that.
Indiana does not do that. So there is a rule in Indiana high school football, and I believe the actual IHSA regulated basketball teams as well. If you do travel outside of the state, it has to be a connecting state to the state of Indiana.
And plus only 250 miles away.
Yeah, it's from the border. So we're talking, Illinois, we're talking Kentucky, we're talking Ohio, and then we're talking Michigan. So those are the teams that Indiana team can travel to, which would be really interesting if we could fly Craig Bazia's Crown Point Bulldogs out towards to Arizona next year, but it's just not going to happen. But Crown Point looked really good last week. They put a number on Lowell.
Oh, my God, yes. And that's a rivalry game.
Right.
Every single year, Crown Point and Lowell play. I think that the Crown Point won that one 44-7, maybe.
Yeah.
And, Coach Bazia we've talked about this. He does such a great job in the weight room with those kids.
Yes, he does.
And you, as a lineman, know a lot of in high school, a lot of the teams that score well have huge offensive lines, strong offensive lines.
Right.
So, more so than anything else, I think, maybe even college, you've got to have that foundation. And Bazia brought that in to Crown Point with him.
Absolutely. And think of it this way. If you can control the line of scrimmage, especially at the high school level, if you can control the line of scrimmage and you have a good athlete behind that line, what are you going to do? You just hand the ball to your best athlete and, just break holes and see what kind of forward yardage or positive yardage you can make. He meaning Coach Bazia, has really emphasized the amount of weight work that they've been doing out there. You see videos on social media all the time of everything they're doing. They were still lifting hard even during the season here to continue to get better. So you got to give credit to the Bulldogs here and the success that they're having on that front.
And part of that success is the outstanding players that he brings back this year.
Right.
He has Noah Ehrlich, their quarterback, who came into Crown Point last year and did a nice job.
Right.
Then he's got a running back, Larry Ellison, is outstanding.
Oh, yeah.
And he's outstanding because he's a good athlete, but he's got a line
Right.
that is opening up holes that, well, I was going to say I can walk through, but maybe not. But they are excellent.
So, yeah, and that's what you base your success on. If you continually have good line play and have good athletes that are coachable and good kids, you can do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
All right, another game we have tonight, we've got Chesterton at Morton. So we've got Chesterton traveling west into Hammond. That'll be a fun one.
Yeah, it really will. We were surprised last
Right.
week about Chesterton's victory.
Mm-hmm.
They had an excellent game and pulled out a really nice win for them. And Morton kind of disappointed a little bit. They have a lot of athleticism. They have a young man that's going to Purdue.
Right.
And but they just didn't, they weren't able to gel offensively.
That kind of happens. And again, the broken record. Week 1 to week 2, how do these teams improve? And Chesterton, all right, here we go. You had some positivity in first week. Let's do what we need to do. Morton, a lot of skill here, but a lot of those, there were some transfers involved with that. These teams are still kind of getting to know each other, and then they're moving, in the right direction.
And one of the keys for Chesterton is a young man, Brady McCormick.
Mm-hmm.
We know his father very well because
yeah.
he used to work a little bit here for the station.
Right.
But he really stepped up last week.
Sure, absolutely.
And I'm a big believer in you've got to have a good, maybe not a superstar, but a good quarterback to run that offense to be effective.
Right. Only one player holds the ball every single play, and it is that quarterback. But holding the ball right now, we've got Steve Schmidt with an update from our Game of the Week, Kankakee Valley at Wheeler. Steve, how are you, my friend?
Hey, what's up, guys? What better way to start a long weekend than a full slate of high school football?
Can't beat it.
Are you going to give us our updates, Steve? We miss you, Steve.
Yeah, we miss you here in studio, but you're getting some fresh air tonight. So tell us about this game. What do you expect?
Yeah, it should be a good one. Last year when these two teams met up, KV and Kankakee Valley and Wheeler, KV won that game 33-14. They're on a 5-game winning streak in that series. It was basically a ground and pound game attack for the Cougars in that one. Marco Castro and Diego Arroyo counted for 171 yards of the team's 188 total yards rushing in that one. So I expect a lot of the same there tonight out of those two guys, especially if the Kankakee Valley offensive line plays the way that they did in the second half last week against Rensselaer Central. On the Wheeler side of things, though, obviously you guys talked a little bit ago about their game against Hanover Central, losing 41-21 last week. But with their head coach Nick Testa in their second year there, they've seen a significant increase in Hammond Clark when he used to coach there from year 1 to year 2. So they're in good hands there. So obviously they were a 6-win team last year, I believe. I would think the excitement level there in Wheeler is pretty high heading into this one.
Steve, you saw the game last week with KV and Rensselaer, and you had commented that you thought that KV's line was maybe even bigger than Rensselaer.
Yeah, just knowing the way that the weight room program at KV was this year, they were getting bigger and faster, quicker than they did in the past couple seasons, and they got a lot of height, they got a lot of beef on them, so they were able to kind of move that front line for Rensselaer in the second half pretty easily and create a lot of openings for the runners.
So, Steve, considering the advancement of the line, it kind of showed with the production on offense. Marco Castro had a tremendous game. Do you think he'll be a key to victory today?
I think so, especially considering that the way that Wheeler's defense looked last week against Hanover Central and Caden Verrett, because I've seen Verrett run before also. I kind of consider Verrett and Castro to be similar style backs. So Wheeler's going to had a hard time containing if they had a hard time containing Verrett last week, they have to change their game plan this week in order to contain Castro, because if they don't, this game's going to get out of hand fast.
Well, the quarterback Arroyo is also an outstanding player. Did he pass much last week, or was that more simply a pound and run game?
Yeah, it was pretty obvious early on that they really wanted to emphasize the running game. He only had 6 attempted passes last week. He was 2 for 6. But throughout his entire high school career, he's about a 62% passer. So he will throw the ball, especially last year when these two teams played. He was 16 for 24 for 198 yards. So he has it in him to pass. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is going to be tonight, but I would expect it to be kind of more of a balanced mix than what we've seen last week against Rensselaer.
All right, fair enough. Steve, anything you want to add before we let you go?
I don't think so. I think this is going to be a beautiful night for high school football, and I'm looking forward to it tonight, guys.
All right, thank you much. That is Steve Schmidt with an update from our Game of the Week, Kankakee Valley at Wheeler. All right, we'll go from Steve Schmidt to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville at Hobart. Dr. Reed, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing very well, thank you. And again, what a great night for high school football here as we get Labor Day weekend started off. Not too terribly hot. Could be a little bit worse, but a little bit of humidity. So I will be interested to see how maybe a little bit warmer temperatures this week might affect both teams, especially a school like Hobart, where maybe depth maybe is not quite the asset that it would be for Maryville. Sometimes a smaller school or maybe a few less numbers on their team could be affected by hot and humid weather a little bit more. So great night for football. Can't wait to get things started here as we prepare. I know you guys have spent a lot of time talking about the improvement from week 1 to week 2. It's also typically the week before conference games start, and so that's also a big indicator for coaches as they get ready for conference play in many conferences starting next week.
Reed, were you surprised last week with Hobart's effort against Chesterton?
I was a little surprised on the final score. I didn't get a real good feel on how the game ebbed and flowed throughout the game, but the final score certainly was a little surprising to me. I know that Hobart certainly has a really good running back, a potent offense, maybe look to put some points up, but Chesterton must have played very well last week as well, and it'll be interesting to see how the season unfolds for both of those teams as the seasons progress.
As you looked at the matchup that you're at here, Maryville at Hobart, what impressed you last week with Maryville? The offense, the defense, or was it kind of balanced?
Well, the number one thing, Wayne, was at the end of the game, and we were doing our post-game wrap-up, I had mentioned that it felt like Andrean, I didn't know the numbers exactly, but it felt like Andrean had a difficult time running the ball, and I guessed they probably had somewhere in the area of 25, 30 yards of total rushing. And after the game, and I went back and looked and saw that they had 8 yards of rushing offense on the night. That was really surprising for me. And especially, really the one area that Coach Cease had to replace throughout his team was defensive line. And they played tremendously.
Yes,
they had a great game as a group. And I would like to see a little bit more of a pass rush on them. But as far as stopping the run last week, and we know Andrean can run, they've got an offensive lineman that's 6'8", 325 as a junior. He can certainly block people, and as well as some other guys up there that can do some damage in the running game. But I was really impressed with the Maryville defensive effort to stop the rush last week. And then, they played well offensively. They did take advantage of some things. And another thing that I was impressed with the Pirates was that they did not commit the silly turnovers and the silly penalties throughout the game. I believe they had 1 turnover for the game and maybe 3 penalties. But for week 1, that's I think any coach would take that in week 1, certainly. And as we mentioned last week, they had 17 out of 22 starters returning, and you kind of expect a little bit of a mature start when you have that kind of experience coming back both offensively and defensively.
So, Reed, this is a rivalry game between Maryville and Hobart. Do you expect this game to continue to be played in a efficient manner, or do you think maybe the rivalry can get into some people's heads here?
Yeah, I think in this day and age, I think the rivalry, to be honest, comes a little bit more from the spectators, communities, the talk shows, the media, and so forth. At this point, as much as social media and inner town and inner city athletics, and the places like the courts where you go and play basketball, or different facilities where these kids have been playing with and against each other for years and years and years. It's no longer where you basically stay within your own community to do that. And then as you matriculate up into high school, now all of a sudden there's that rivalry where, I don't know that guy other than the uniform that they wear or the helmet that they have on. So I think there's a little bit of a evolution to how a rivalry is perceived. But certainly when you have a couple schools that wear purple and that are this close to each other, there's definitely bragging rights that you would like to take with you in the off season when a game like this happens, because as we know, they are in different classes, so they will not see each other in the postseason, and so they get one shot at each other, and they get that one shot once every year. And so you get 364 days of bragging rights after today. So I think it'll be well played on both sides, and they'll give it their best effort. Both Maryville and Hobart over the years have put out great performances during this game. It does mean a lot to both sides, but I think it'll be a really well played game tonight.
You had mentioned the talk shows and the media about fanning the flames of this rivalry. Who were you alluding to there, Dr. Reed?
No one in particular, but maybe if you were a former basketball coach within the Duneland Athletic Conference in the past, might start there.
That's subtle. We appreciate that. So Dr. Reed, one more question before we let you go. How do you see this game going today?
Certainly, I think if Maryville can do the same thing to Hobart that they did a week ago to Andran and limit the rushing game, that is really going to play into their favor for sure. If they and certainly if they, the one factor that no one can account for is the turnover game. Right. So if you are giving the ball up in your own side of the field and you're not able to advance the ball before either punting or scoring, then that can certainly be a hindrance. But I do like the Pirates tonight with Decatur Central's loss over the last weekend. Maryville did move up to number one in both the coaches and AP poll for 5A. So they are well respected throughout the state in Northwest Indiana. Coach Cease has done a great job in preparing his squad, and they do have a very potent offense. They can certainly run the ball. We saw an emergence of a sophomore running back last week in addition to Jacarius Johnson. Between being able to run the ball with a couple of guys and throw the ball with a couple of receivers and a quarterback that can get it down the field, potent offense and a tough, stingy defense usually equates to some trouble to the other side.
All right, thank you much, Dr. Reed. That is Dr. Reed Amons with an on-the-field segment from Maryville and Hobart. Looking forward to hearing more from you as today goes on.
Sounds great, guys. Thanks.
All right, thank you much, Dr. Reed. So we've got some, pretty exciting things going on. We've got one more on-the-field segment, and once Gary Graben calls in, we'll get him on air. But we're going to go ahead and go over, some more of the football action that we have here today. Again, we haven't talked about much right now is Griffith at Munster. Griffith is starting to kind of get their feet underneath them here.
56 points last week. What an outing against Highland. And their defense shut Highland out. So, that was a big surprise for me. Phil Mason is a state-winning coach.
Right.
He knows the football.
Oh, yeah. He
was at Michigan City and turned that program around. And I'll tell you, he's gone into Griffith, and they believe over there in this guy.
Right. And keep this in mind. Last year, he had mentioned that his team was so young that he had less less age, or total on his varsity than most JV teams have. So he's starting a young team. They've grown into their roles, and they've done a really great job of kind of moving in the right direction here. So we do have Gary Graben calling in with an update or an on-the-field segment from Chesterton at Morton. Gary, how are you this evening?
I'm doing fine. It's a beautiful evening in Hessville here, a little bit heavy. But ready for a unique matchup tonight. Two teams that have never played each other are squaring off tonight at Slotnick Field with Chesterton and Morton.
They've never played each other, and when you think about it, there are a lot of teams here in Northwest Indiana, but there's not that many teams in Northwest Indiana. You figured at some point they would have crossed paths.
Yeah, I think the size difference, now that Morton's a little larger after the school consolidation, probably is what's making this happen. But really, again, I think we're going to see some more of this too. You guys were talking with Dr. Reed. I believe this is the last year Hobart and Maryville are playing.
Wow.
I believe it's the last year because I had heard that Maryville's picking up Lafayette Jeff next year in week 2. So Dr. Reed might be able to confirm that as the evening goes on, or disprove that, as he'd probably rather do if I said it. But I believe this is the last year for that rivalry. It's Andrean and Valpo tonight. It's the end of that series. So there's some things coming to an end here with some week 2 matchups. But yeah, a unique one here tonight. The story is about the man named Brady. You guys talked about him earlier. Brady McCormick had a very big week 1 here for the Chesterton Trojans. And again, if you haven't seen Brady, he is 6 foot 220. So this is a linebacker at quarterback. He is very physical. Talking to the people who saw the week 1 game, it really was a lot of Brady McCormick. The pass game was there with him, but very short passes, and other people ran the ball, but his read on the option was really good last week, kept the ball when he needed to, scored a couple of touchdowns. How this goes will be how he goes is how Chesterton will go.
Gary, Chesterton has always had a good defense. I think they really play well defensively year in and year out. And it really showed last week. I was surprised that Hobart did not give them more of a fight. Now, they may have, and that Hobart's defense just was that outstanding. Morton has a big, situation here. They lost last week to Portage, and kudos to Roy Richards.
Right, his first victory at Portage.
Yeah, first victory, that's right. 0-10 last year. And, that had to be a real, difficult time for Morton.
Well, if we stay on the Chesterton side, you mentioned the defense. The defensive coordinator is Wally McCormick with the Chesterton Trojans.
I didn't know that.
And this is when you look out at this field, this is a place that not only has Wally, it has Terry Chestovich, who was a head coach. Rob Kanya was a head coach. So similar to what Crown Point has done, the assistant coaches here, many of them have head coach experience. Makes a big difference when you work with these young men. That game last week with Hobart, we're going to see tonight whether that was a mirage or not. Was this Chesterton being that good? Was Hobart underperforming? Hard to tell after week 1. But with the Trojans here, again, I think we're going to get a pretty good feel for this tonight, because this is a very difficult game to analyze, because when you switch to the Governor's side of the ball, you're looking at all sorts of talent. On the offensive side alone, there is a quarterback who's a D2 quarterback, Holland Harris, who's going to the University of Indianapolis. And then they have the running back, Deshaun Woods, who transferred from Hammond Central, who had a big year last year. And then, of course, LeBron Hill, the wide receiver who's going to Purdue. So you would expect that with just those 3 players, you would expect a lot more points than they produced last week. And don't forget they have a D1 defensive player in Freddie Brown. So Morton has lots of talent on the field, but they were really one of the biggest question marks in week 1.
Yeah, Gary, when it comes to sports, you hear about the X's and O's and you hear about the Jimmies and the Joes, right? So you really need both the good coaching and the good players, and they have to meld together. And I think that maybe some of the new additions to Morton, maybe they just haven't got the right flow of each other and got the right vibes yet. I think that's going to come with time.
I would think so. Again, Morton actually has an odd schedule. The next 2 weeks, they're at Tippecanoe Valley which is a school further east in the eastern quadrant of the state here. And then they play a school from Michigan who's not even like 4 hours away in Michigan. So it's interesting with Morton, we're going to have a little bit of a tough feel after tonight to see where they stand, not playing teams from the area. But again, timing here with a quarterback and a wide receiver, these two were together last year, so their timing should be good. And if you haven't seen LeBron Hill, there's a reason he's a Division I recruit, because he's 6'5", about 210. And you think about how many defensive backs in Northwest Indiana can guard a guy of that size. So this is really an interesting matchup. Wayne, I don't know who you're picking in this game, because this one really, without any prior history and the way each performed in week one, to me, this is a very difficult pick here.
You know, I love offense, but I'm telling you, I think that Chesterton's defense is just outstanding. Morton is going to have trouble scoring.
One of the things that someone who saw the game last week, they did think Chesterton's secondary was a little susceptible to the pass. Hobart didn't test that as much last week. Morton will test that. So that if Morton's going to win tonight, it's really going to be connecting on some deeper balls to spread that defense out and to allow the running game with Deshaun Woods to happen. So it's really going to be a hand-in-glove situation, I think, for Morton. But they're going to need both phases working if they're going to be able to beat Chesterton tonight.
So you asked Wayne what his pick was. You didn't ask Ben Kolodzinski what his pick was.
Right. I'm glad you realized that.
Gary Graben is always right until he discounts Ben Kolodzinski's opinion on things. No, but
hello, are you still there? Hello. Yeah.
No, for me, I'm going to have to disagree here. I'm going to have to say the home team's going to win this game. A little bit of a different circumstance. It's not a long drive from Chesterton to Hammond, but it's long enough to maybe get a little tight. We'll see, and they'll be excited to be at home playing against a big foe. I think this game's going to be fun.
I will say one thing for Chesterton here, too. You know, their schedule here, even their first 2 weeks of conference play, are Michigan City and LaPorte. So if Chesterton wins tonight, they could have a little winning streak here to start the season. And that's one of the things they have not been able to do recently, to create some momentum going into this.
How much, Gary, do you think that this type of a matchup may come down to Chesterton in the Duneland and Morton in the
Morton is in the Great Lakes Conference.
Great Lakes, yes. Do you think that has anything to, be a factor for Chesterton?
Well, one of the biggest factors, I think, in these kind of situations, I'm a retired Hammond teacher. In Hammond, it's a lot harder to get the kids to come religiously in the summer. So when you play schools like that in the early season, sometimes they haven't had the same amount of reps together as a Duneland school has had. So to me, that might be one of the biggest issues here, is that Morton is still putting the pieces in place. And as we know, they have 4 transfers from Hammond Central on their squad. So those are 4 players who weren't even there in the spring lifting, with the team, that new. So when you put all that together, I think that's the issue. Not necessarily the conference. Kids really nowadays are very confident, and I don't think they're intimidated by the word Duneland Conference. I don't think they think about it as much as we do. But I think the idea that Chesterton team has just had more snaps together. They lifted weights together in January, February, and March. All that goes together, I think, gives Chesterton a little bit of an edge there. But again, the superior connection here with Harris and the LeBron Hill is what I think, if Morton's going to win, that's going to be the difference maker. Because if they can spread this Chesterton defense out, then they're going to have trouble staying with these Morton players.
All right, thank you much, Gary. Looking forward to hearing more from you from the Chesterton at Hammond Morton game.
Okay, and I should also report my buddy Chris Moore at Hammond Central is going to be calling me with some updates on Hammond Central. They had a big win in week 1 out in South Bend. They're playing TF South tonight. I will buy either one of you a coffee if you can tell me TF South's nickname.
I don't know. It's not
Wildcats.
The Wildcats or the Wildcats?
No.
Are they the Boilermakers?
Definitely not.
All right, Gary, you got us stumped.
Okay, they used to be the Rebels, but
Yes.
they changed their name to the Red Wolves.
Red
They are
Wolves.
the Red Wolves now. So,
All right, fair enough. Well, thank you much, Gary.
all right, boys.
All right, we'll hear more from you as this night goes on.
All right, we'll see ya.
All right, thank you much. That was Gary Graben with an on-the-field segment with Chesterton at Morton. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Lesky and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at leskyandnondorf.com.
Hello, I'm Chris Nolte with Lakeshore News here at Lakeshore Public Media. As Northwest Indiana's public broadcasting station, our goal is to serve you with programming that informs and inspires. You can play a pivotal role in helping us achieve that goal by taking our 89.1 FM survey. Whether you tune in occasionally or you've made us part of your daily routine, your opinions matter. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback to help build a stronger station for your community.
Join us for the Building Blocks Breakfast, Fueling the Future, on September 25th at the Dean and Barbara White Community Center in Maryville. Enjoy a delicious meal, connect with local resources, and learn about the science behind early childhood development. Let's give our children the best start in life together. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/building blocks to learn more.
Coleman Domingo's new film Sing Sing is a heartfelt look at the emotional lives of a group of men as they stage an original play inside a maximum security prison. More on what the film taught him about being his brother's keeper next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday evening at 6 and Sunday evening at 5 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, we're back with the action. We're going to go straight to Kevin Driscoll with an update from our, what game does he, he has the Hanover Central at Bishop Chatard down in central Indiana. Kevin, what's going on out there?
How you doing, Ben? 6:32 to go, first quarter. Hanover and Bishop Chatard are tied at 7. A lot of action early on in this battle between 3A powers in the state. Bishop Chatard coming in at number 2 in both the USA Network poll, media poll, and the coaches poll, ranked number 2 in their first foray into Class 4A. Hanover Central coming in as the number 13 ranked team. Bishop Chatard got on the board first on an interception return. Hanover Central won the toss, received the opening kickoff. On the second play from scrimmage, Declan Hostetler intercepts the Tommy Bonner pass for the first pass of the game, returned 31 yards to pay dirt for the Trojans. Hanover Central's Caden Verrett on the ensuing kickoff goes 99 yards. That's a 99-yard kickoff return for a touchdown, and his second kickoff return touchdown of the season. You may recall he went 92 for one last week, and that put Hanover into a tie with 10:55 to go, first quarter. On the next kickoff, Chatard kickoff returner Daniel Shaw goes all the way to the Hanover Central 27, and they have been chipping away at the Hanover Central defense. It is 3rd and goal at the 5 for the Trojans with 5:25 to go in this first quarter. Chatard goes to pass, and it is into the end zone for a Chatard touchdown.
Wow.
Chatard on the board again with their second touchdown with 5:21 to go in the first quarter, PAT pending.
So, Kevin, you got a pretty frenetic start here to start this game. How does this pace keep up?
Well, if it keeps up this way, I don't know how Hanover Central can keep up, as a matter of fact. You'd like to think they'd like to take the air out of the ball. On that, it was just a 27-yard drive because, again, on the long ensuing kickoff, he had a short field for the Trojans, and Hanover did get themselves into a third down situation, but on both times, Trojans were able to convert, and they do seem to be winning the battle at the line of scrimmage. And, in high school football, that's everything, right? Of course, the wild card for Hanover Central is Caden Barrett. Caden Barrett goes 99 yards on a kickoff return. But right now, with 5:21 to go in the first quarter, Hanover Central making the long trip south, trying to play a little harder competition, if you will, trying to test themselves early on in this season. For Hanover Central, a streak on the line. They have not lost a regular season game since September 3rd of 2021. That's nearly 3 years. They have not lost a regular season game. But Bishop Chatard's got a streak of their own. They haven't lost any football games since October of 2022. They were undefeated, a two-time state defending champions. They've won state titles in 4 of the last 5 seasons in both 2A and 3A. And, of course, they've only won more state champions than any other team in Indiana football history at 17.
Wow. Kevin, what's the difference between the two offensive lines and defensive lines? Is Chatard that big?
Well, we've only seen 2 plays for the Chatard defense. First play, Caden Barrett goes 4 yards. Second play of the game, Tommy Bonner tosses an interception, pick 6. So we haven't seen a lot of the Chatard defense. And, of course, on the kickoff, that one goes into the end zone. Hanover Central going to start at their own 20 for just their second offensive possession of the game. They're big. They're absolutely big. In fact, the Trojans are looking at a D1 prospect on their offensive line in Zion Haney. He goes 6'4", 270 pounds, just a junior. Andrew Troy, a senior offensive lineman, 6'2", also a state qualifying wrestler. So between those two, they've got a lot of bulk up front.
So, Kevin, how do you see the rest of this game fleshing out?
Well, I think if you're Hanover Central, you want to keep the ball game close. I think you also, right now, we're seeing what a short field can do. You don't want to get into a short field situation against an offense that has an advantage up front against you. So, the old classic, win the battle at the line of scrimmage as you can't. You want to find a way to shorten the game, take the air out of the football, and maybe win the intangibles. Certainly, field position game is going to be important for Hanover Central. But right now, Hanover Central starting from their own 20, trailing 14-7, 5:21 to go first quarter.
All right, thank you much, Kevin. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
You broke it up there a little bit. Can you repeat that?
One more time, what is that score and time update?
5:21 to go. First quarter from Indianapolis Chatard. Hanover trails 14-7.
All right, thank you, Kevin. We appreciate all the updates and looking forward to hearing more from you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you much. That was Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hanover Central at Bishop Chatard. Man, we have got off to a hot start here.
Yes, we have.
And you know what was also hot today? Our dinner was hot today.
Oh, it certainly was.
So, let's tell them about it.
We would like to thank Palermo's Pizza for taking care of the game night crew tonight, and the pizza was outstanding.
Oh, my gosh. Yes, sir.
Palermo's is real Chicago pizza, serving the community since 1961. You can visit Palermo's of 63rd Street at 2893 East 81st Street in Maryville/Hobart between Home Depot and PetSmart. Palermo's Pizza is outstanding.
It was very good. And, for those of you who are watching our simulcast and you're looking at me, my physique tells you that I enjoy a lot of pizza. And Palermo's is right up there with some of the best of them. So thank you for all the delicious, dinner for tonight. We really appreciate everything there. All right. So, you know what time it is, Wayne?
Yes,
you know what time it is? I think we know what time it is.
Gary's time?
No, not quite. It is what time?
Wayne's World, party time, excellent.
All right, it's Wayne's World, our favorite time of the week, if you ask me. We're going to start off with a little 5 here. Who we got?
We've got, North Judson is one. They're a storied program, and they're a very good program year in and year out. South Central really did a nice job last week. They've always had a pretty good offense.
Right.
But, boy, last week they really did a nice job. Winnemac won last week.
Winnemac, yes, sir.
Let me see here. They played West Central.
Okay, yeah.
So, yeah, it's always a big rivalry there. River Forest, you have Aiden. Snyder, he is just Silver.
Aiden Silver, right?
He is just outstanding. They won, and then Calumet Christian at number 5. They're 2-0 already on the season.
Yeah. Interesting how you can be 2-0 in week 2
Yes.
before we've even played all the games, but they had an off day game,
right.
But I'm looking at this little 5, and if you're looking for a small school that is not on that list, they're probably found on a different list that we have here.
Okay. So let's look for that.
Let's look for that different list. Let's go to the top 10 here. What do we got?
We'll start at number 10. Calumet coming off with a nice victory. They're 1-0, and Portage. We've got to keep pumping Portage up. Anytime you go 0-10 last year, and you get a first victory. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's good. And they played well against Morton.
Yeah, and Morton's a good team.
Yes,
so it's going
are.
to be interesting to see how they progress throughout the year.
Andrean, this is a bounce-back week for them. They've got to play better, and they've got to be more physical.
Right.
But, again, they played Maryville.
Right.
And Maryville is good.
Right.
So they're loaded. So
and they're playing another top 10 team here this week.
Valparaiso, that's right. Griffith, we talked about them. Phil Mason doing a great job of getting that program started over there, and they really put some big numbers up last week.
They sure did. 56 points,
yes,
right?
56 points. Kankakee Valley, kudos to, the coach there. He's done an outstanding job at KV.
Yeah, Kirk Kennedy. He's won a state title. Yeah, he won a state title at Lowell, right?
That's right. Well, he had a big victory. Rensselaer is a huge rival, and KV has always been up or down with them. Last week, they were up.
Right, absolutely.
Chesterton, we've talked a lot about them at number 5. It's going to be, like you said, it's going to be interesting, tonight at Morton in Hammond. Valpo, people look at that, and say, well, wait a minute, Valpo lost. Well, yeah, they lost a Penn.
A lot of teams lose the Penn.
Yes, and it was close. It was 49-42.
One-score game.
And Valpo had to lead much of that game in the second half. Then you've got Hanover Central, and I know I was one that kind of questioned. I knew they had Caden Verrett.
Oh, yeah.
So we had them, last week pretty high in our rankings. But this week, they proved to me last week that because I was really thinking Wheeler was going to give them a close game. They didn't.
Yeah.
Hanover really played well. They're number 3. Maryville, we've talked about them at number 2. And then how can anybody else be number 1? The Crown Point Bulldogs, Coach Bazia is just outstanding, and he's got his players ready. But it's going to be interesting to see because this Arizona college prep team, notice the title, College Prep. Right. So this is not just a team, a young team or something.
Right.
This is people that really can play in Arizona, and Arizona takes football seriously.
Yes, they do. They're one of the highest regarded states when it comes to football. So with the top 10, we've got Calumet at 10, Portage at 9, and we've lost our graphics, so I'm going to go ahead and pull it up and just to recap. Then we've got Andrean at 8, Griffith at 7, Kankakee Valley at 6, Chesterton at 5, Valparaiso at 4, Hanover Central at 3, Maryville at number 2, and Crown Point at number 1. All right, so, speaking of one of those teams, the quote-unquote small team that's in the top 10, that team has been impressive over the last handful of seasons here. They're playing a really tough game today against Bishop Chatard, but they do have an excellent player, and one of those players is our Chuck DeMoss, Player of the Week. And let's go ahead and go over it. Who is our Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week, Wayne?
Caden Verrett. And how can you not be? He scored on a 92-yard kickoff return and 2 other touchdowns against Wheeler.
3 touchdowns.
Yes.
That's a lot of points for one individual. 18 points from one individual. That's very impressive.
Yes. And here's Marco Castro right here. Steve Schmidt talked him up. He had 3 TDs versus Rensselaer.
Yeah, another 3 touchdown performance.
Right.
So we're talking 2 excellent, offensive, dynamos, so to speak, here in Caden Verrett and Marco Castro. These folks have been lighting up the scoreboard early in the season.
And J.Q. Johnson, not many people will know much about him. He wasn't a dominant running back last year. He contributed.
Mm-hmm.
He played well, but he stepped into that role, and he scored 2 touchdowns against Andrean.
2 touchdowns, kind of picking up when opportunity is given to you and you take advantage of it. That's what you want from a young athlete.
Larry Ellison from Crown Point scored 2 TDs against Lowell. Lowell has always had a good defense,
right?
But Crown Point really dominated him, and Ellison is one of the best backs in Northwest Indiana.
He really is, and he's a talented back and has the benefit of having a good line in front of him too. That's a tremendous combination, and that line also protects our next player that we're going to talk about.
Yeah, boy, Noah Ehrlich. He came over from Hobart last year and played well last year. And last week, I should say, he threw 2 TD passes against Lowell. If you've got, and I've always believed this, if you got a very good quarterback, and then you've got an Ellison that can run the ball, if you have a line, that's worth something, you're going to be very successful.
Well, and I think it's been proven so far that Crown Point has been very successful. So those are our players of the week. Our Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week is Caden Verrett with Hanover Central. Other players that are getting honored, we got Marco Castro with Kankakee Valley, J.Q. Johnson with Maryville, Larry Elston at Crown Point, and Noah Ehrlich with Crown Point. Well, how about some of our unknown players of the week? These are players that kind of hit our radar, and some of their numbers, may lend themselves to be on this top player list. But you know what? These people kind of came, out of nowhere to us. So these are some good players for us.
And this is a good set right here. DeQuan Fields from Portage, 3 TDs, to turn that program around.
Right. 205 yards. That's a heck of a stat sheet right there.
And I think the newspaper did a nice job for Everett McClelland of Portage. He had 2 sacks. We don't normally get to, when you get to most valuable players, you kind of look at the offensive stats, quarterbacks, running backs, receivers. And this young man from Portage has 2 sacks against Morton.
Yeah, this is an interesting one here. Wheeler is back here with, Tyne Vetical.
Yeah, and Wheeler has a number of players back.
Right.
This guy surprised me. I didn't even hear of him.
Yeah.
And he had 2 scores for 134 yards receiving versus Hanover Central.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
So he has been, kind of a breakout player here as well, just like all these players have been. Here's one from Calumet.
Yeah, Corey Ferguson from Calumet scored 2 TDs against Osceola Grace. This is a young man that also was a backup last year.
Right.
And like you said, took his opportunity and made a difference for Calumet's win last week.
So we've got Calumet. We've got another Hammond Central player here to talk about. It's Davion Terry.
Oh.
Yeah, he had a touchdown and 185 yards versus South Bend, Washington.
Oh, yes. Terry was a player last year.
Right.
And he's a leader on that Hammond Central team here. So, yeah, he has been unknown. And Kalen Alzier from Boone Grove had recorded 21 tackles. When I looked at that stat in the newspaper, I had to look twice. 21 tackles against John Glenn.
I'm exhausted even thinking about achieving 21 tackles. That's incredible. Excellent game by Alzier there.
And then B.J. Carnes from LaPorte, he had 15 tackles against a good New Prairie team.
15 tackles is still an incredible number.
Yes.
Two excellent defensive performances from those folks there. And then one more player before we hit break.
Dylan Bowen from Hanover Central grabbed 2 interceptions. I hope his brother does just as well. He's playing for Notre Dame and starting tomorrow.
So starting at outside linebacker for Notre Dame tomorrow.
Yes.
So, hey, 2 interceptions versus Wheeler. This is some players that are now on our radar, and we're going to keep our eyes on them. So we are reaching the top of the hour here. We are going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Lesky and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at leskyandnondorf.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com. Join us at the Building Blocks Breakfast, Fueling the Future, on September 25th at the Dean and Barbara White Community Center in Maryville. Support an initiative dedicated to early childhood development and community empowerment. Your participation helps provide vital resources for families and ensures a brighter future for our children. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/buildingblocks to learn more and become a sponsor.
As your Northwest Indiana public broadcasting station, Lakeshore Public Media's goal is to serve you with a broadcast that engages, excites, and inspires. Help your local station reach that goal better by sharing your thoughts. Whether you tune in occasionally or have made us a part of your daily routine, your opinions matter. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback to help us build a stronger community station.
You're listening to Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM, Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We're going to get right off to Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hanover Central at Bishop Chatard. Kevin, what's going on?
11:06 to go, second quarter. Bishop Chatard out to a 21-7 lead on Hanover Central. Key in this game has been not only Chatard's impressive offense and Hanover's inability to get them off the field, but really the field possession game. Chatard's third offensive possession just started, and they had their worst starting field position at the Hanover 47. So all three possessions starting in plus territory. That's not a recipe for success against the two-time defending state champion Bishop Chatard Trojans, who have not lost a football game since October of 2022. Chatard starts the second quarter with a drive that starts at the Hanover Central 47. Jack Harrington, the Trojan quarterback, connects with a Sargent for a 38-yard touchdown pass, his second of the game. He starts the game 5 for 5, although he just threw an incomplete. Hanover got on the board or tied the game at 7 after a pick 6, so put the Trojans up 7-0. Hanover Central got on the board with a 99-yard kickoff return from Caden Barrett. Sorry, kind of watching the action as Chatard gets another pass completion and is now in, and there's another Chatard touchdown. That was a 32-yard touchdown pass. That is Jack Harrington's third touchdown of the night. Receiver slips a few tackles. And now we're talking a 28-0 PAT pending. Hanover Central getting themselves in a hole real quickly.
So, Kevin, what does Hanover need to do to kind of get back into this one?
I don't think they can. This is man among boys right now. They're just getting beaten every facet of the game. Offensively, going into that second quarter, Trojans were up on Hanover in total offensive yards, 88-6. Hanover's first 3 possessions resulted in a pick 6 and 2 3-and-outs and 6 total offensive yards. It's a uphill climb for the Wildcats, to say the least. Looks like this might be Hanover's first regular season loss since September of 2021, almost 3 years. But I think that's certainly Brian Parker's MO, right? He wanted to come down here, play a team that is a perennial power, and put his best up against their best. And he's getting a look at the state's best.
Well, I was just going to ask you, Kevin, Coach Parker obviously does a tremendous job at Hanover, has done a great thing there. But how do you take this game into halftime, and what do you tell your kids?
I think this is as much about your coaching staff making adjustments. How do your coaching staff react when you don't have a distinctive advantage up front, when you don't have a distinctive advantage at quarterback, at wide receiver, at running back? And certainly the Wildcats do not tonight. How will the Wildcat coaching staff react? Do you continue to, try to chip away at the rock? It seems like those first couple of possessions they were trying to do just that, unsuccessfully. Chatard, just a really big, strong, fast team, and certainly winning the battle, not only on both sides of the line, but also in the skill positions as well, too. They're quick, they're fast, they shake tackles. Meanwhile, on the ensuing kickoff, Kanan Barrett runs out of bounds at his own 31-yard line. That's where the Wildcats will start first and 10, 10:24 to go second quarter. Wildcats trailing 28-7 to the two-time defending 3A state champs, although they are 4A now. They are 4A. This is a battle of two 4A powers.
All right. Well, thank you, Kevin. We appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Thanks for all you guys do.
All right, thank you much. You as well. Kevin Driscoll, one of the best in the biz. The Hanover Central versus Bishop Chatard game, which is 28-7 here early. That game could get ugly as they continue, but again, it's one of these situations where there's no shame in losing to a team like Bishop Chatard.
There isn't, but I think Kevin made a real good point here. And when I asked, what do you do to have, and he says it's probably more on the coaches than the kids. Yeah, the coaches have to have something positive so that those kids don't go out and just quit.
Right.
And they're not going to quit for Parker.
No, they won't.
But there has to be something that he can take and maybe make a defensive switch or something and let them get back in the ball game.
Right.
Maybe turnovers. I don't know.
Maybe turnovers, maybe another special teams big play. We'll have to see. But, that's early here, and we'll see how that goes. Speaking of early, we're hitting kickoff. We're going to go ahead and start off with the scoreboard update here.
And now, the scoreboard update.
All right, starting off here, all these games are just starting to kick off right now. We've got Andrean and Valparaiso. That should be a fun game. And then we've got Maryville and Hobart. And then we have Crown Point Prep Arizona Prep at Crown Point. I apologize.
Chesterton, we talked about going to Morton. Can they sustain what they did last week?
We'll see. Question. Momentum's a heck of a thing.
And Griffith going to Munster. Munster struggled a little bit last week against Lake Central. Griffith didn't struggle at all against Highland. And then Portage against Northwood. Northwood's a good program.
Yes, they are.
And Portage is coming off a victory. Coach Richards made a point of saying to his kids in the paper, one victory doesn't make your season.
Right.
We were 0-10. We are now 1-10. So they've got a big game against Northwood.
Yeah, keep in mind, Northwood won the 4A state title, I believe, 2 years ago. So they are an awfully good program. All right, we have the update that we just got from Kevin Driscoll. We got Bishop Chatard up 28-7 over Hanover Central. A tough matchup for Hanover, but knowing that team, they're going to keep fighting back. We've got LaPorte hosting Lowell. No score there as of yet. And then we have Lake Central leading Grand Rapids Catholic, another matchup we haven't talked about yet today, but they're leading early in the second quarter, 3-0.
I like that Lowell and LaPorte game because LaPorte played fairly well against New Prairie until, New Prairie just took over.
Yeah, until the dam broke, right.
Right. And, Lowell really kind of struggled last week against Crown Point. So those are good ones, though. Lafayette Jefferson and Michigan City. Lafayette Jeff always has a good team. They like to throw the ball around. They're a passing school. And Michigan City came up a little short last week against Warsaw. Boone Grove over South Central. I was surprised at this one. South Central, first of all, had a really, really good game. They put some points on the board last week and really played well. Boone Grove surprised me, though. They've got Matt Rowland, their star quarterback, back, and it took them just a little bit of a while. I don't know if it was a situation where, South Central just scored a lot against Bowman, and Boone just struggled a little bit against John Glenn. I don't know. But that was a good game. And Hammond Central against TF South.
Right.
The Red Hawks.
There we go. We got that one. All right, we're going to kind of buzz through the rest of these real quick. Wayne, I'll take care of these because we've got some callers filling in. We've got Bishop Nola at Osceola Grace. No score yet. We've got East Chicago at Westside, and our game of the week, Kankakee Valley at Wheeler. We'll get an update with that shortly. We have Illinois Homeschool versus Lake Station. South Bend Riley at Fort Wayne. I'm not sure which Fort Wayne that is, but we'll see how that goes. We've got North Newton at Rensselaer. All right, we've got a Pioneer traveling to Knox. That's a bit of a rivalry there. We've got Winnemac at Frontier. We have Calumet at River Forest. All right, we've got Whiting and Highland. From what I've been told, we'll get an update maybe here, but it does appear that Whiting scored a touchdown on the very first play of this game, so that score is going to be at least 6-0. I'm not sure if it's 7-0, but for those of us who are watching on the Jed stream, it should be 7-0. Andrew's giving me the thumbs up on that. So 7-0, Whiting over Highland, and then we've got West Central taking on Culver. North Justin will be taking on LaVille, and then Bowman is taking on Calumet Christian. Oh, that one is final, actually. Bowman had fallen to Calumet Christian, 43-6. All right, we'll go ahead and get to our phone calls here. We've got Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville at Hobart. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, Maryville possessed the ball first tonight. They got a great return by Zamir Martin, returned the ball out to the 47-yard line. And then when the Pirates came out on offense, there was a new quarterback under center. Darnell Bowles came out, number 4. And on the first 2 plays from scrimmage, threw 2 passes and completed them both for about 27 yards or so. They got the Pirates down inside the 25-yard line. A couple handoffs later, and Jacarius Johnson runs it in from 6 yards out. The extra point was good. That put the Pirates up 7-0 after the first possession of the game. The Pirates defense just played very well and forced a 3-and-out by the Hobart offense. So Maryville's going to get the ball back here on their own 40-yard line. But Maryville's on top early here, 7-0. There's 8:05 to go here in the first quarter, and both teams have possessed the ball just one time.
So, Dr. Reed, what do you take from the quarterback change?
I have not seen the starting quarterback from the last week in uniform tonight, so I'm not sure if there was an injury or some other reason why he's not out here tonight. I'll see what I can find out.
Okay.
And I also did want to confirm something that Gary Graben reported on earlier. This will be the final matchup, at least consecutively, between the Pirates and the Brickies. Actually, here comes the quarterback from last week. It looks like Darnell Bowles will not be under center for the second possession of the night. And also I'll start by Maryville here. So I don't think that there's been a declared week 2 opponent yet for Maryville for next year, but it will not be the Hobart Brickies.
So you're saying that Gary Graben is always right?
He was at least partially right. I can not confirm that the opponent will be Lafayette Jeff, but I can confirm that it will not be Hobart. So I'll give him partial credit on that one.
All right,
and
fair
as
enough.
a former middle school teacher, he is aware of the partial credit philosophy.
All right, we'll give Gary Graben a partial credit on that one. All right, thanks, Dr. Reed. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
We have Maryville on top of the Hobart Brickies 7-0. There's just 8 minutes to go here in the opening quarter as Maryville possesses the ball for the second time.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, we'll move from Hobart on to Wheeler with our game of the week. Steve Schmidt with an update from Kankakee Valley at Wheeler. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys. 7 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Kankakee Valley gets on the board first on a one-touchdown pass. Diego Arroyo to Adrian Hutchinson. About a 60-yard bomb. Wheeler mounting a drive here of their own, but KV right now has a 7-0 advantage.
So you said it was through the air. That's a little bit of different than what we had expected here in studio.
Yeah, so far they've been more air-oriented than they have been ground-oriented. Just about a 6-play drive, 4 of them were passes. So a little different approach this week from KV than what they've seen last week at Rensselaer.
And you said that was a 60-yard touchdown pass?
Yeah, I didn't hear the exact yardage, but it was about a 60-yard pass.
Okay.
So where do you see this game going forward here, Steve? You know, Wheeler got punched in the mouth. They're known for having a good offense. How do you think KV's defense is going to step up here?
Well, right now there's a pass down the middle, and it's caught at the 2-yard line. Nice back shoulder fade there by the Wheeler Bearcat offense. About a 28-yard pass, and if KV's going to continue to leave the top of the field wide open like that, it's going to be a long night. They have to clean it up defensively. They've been good up the middle so far on some short run plays, been able to stop the Bearcats there, but if they're going to allow the deep ball, it's going to be a tough night for the Cougars.
Klimzak is the quarterback, I think, for Wheeler. Am I right?
Can you say that again, Wayne?
Yeah, Caleb Klimzak is the quarterback. He's a senior for Wheeler, and I believe son of Coach Klimzak.
Well, there's multiple Coach Klimzaks.
Okay,
there's a whole bunch of them, and the name Klimzak carries a lot of weight in Northwest Indiana. There's been, one of my favorite coaches growing up was a Coach Klimzak. I believe he has a twin brother who's also a coach, or a brother that's also a coach. Their father was a coach. I think their uncles were coaches. So there's a lot of Klimzaks out there. So if you know anyone with the last name of Klimzak in Northwest Indiana, they're probably a really good football player. So I think that Wheeler has every bit of the opportunity to kind of come back here.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, Wheeler's got the ball on the 1-yard line, trying to run it in. Second down coming up here. That's where we're at right now, guys.
How would you tell us how these plays go?
Can you say that again?
Do a little play-by-play for us.
Gotcha. Yeah, the ball's probably about an inch away. So Wheeler's setting up here in the double shotgun. KV's got a loaded front here. Here comes the snap. It's going to be a handoff inside to Ortiz, and he is stopped at the goal line, wrapped and driven back by Gavin Joy, big defensive lineman for the Cougars, 6'7". Big guy there up front. We got 4th down coming here, probably about the 1-inch yard line.
4th down from 1 inch, Coach. What are you doing here?
Hey, you got to go with a run. I don't believe throwing it in this area. Let your defense or offensive line create a hole.
You're not going to take the points and kick the field goal.
No.
All right.
There they go. They break the huddle. Same formation here for Wheeler. KV looks like they're going to bring the house, and they do. Hand off to the outside, and waiting to signal. He is in. Touchdown, Wheeler.
All right, touchdown Wheeler. So Coach Wayne Svetanoff had the right play call here. So a good answer by Wheeler.
Yeah, that's a big one. The 3:30 left here in the first quarter. Wheeler coming out now for the PhD, but that's a big response. That was a long, distinct drive, about a 10-play drive there for the Bearcats, able to pound it in there on 4th down.
So were they going through the air mostly or through the ground?
They started out more so with the air raid attack, but then as soon as they got in the red zone, they went more ground attack for sure with their running back, Jaden Ortiz.
Okay, fair enough. So they're lining up for the extra point here. Have they kicked that yet?
It's blocked.
Oh.
Extra point is blocked right there at the line of scrimmage. So it's 7-6 with 3:14 here in the first quarter.
All right, thank you much, Steve. We appreciate that. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks.
All right, thank you much. That is Steve Schmidt with an update from our game of the week. Kankakee Valley at Wheeler. All right, we're going to move on to an update from Crown Point and Arizona College Prep. This is Mireille Fernandez. Mireille, how are you this evening?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. We're excited to have you on board. Thanks for joining us. What's going on here in your game?
Well, it looks like Arizona Prep got the best of Crown Point. Early in the drive, they forced them to a 3rd and 19, and then Noah Ehrlich threw a zip over the middle, caught by Oscar Biasi, the junior wide receiver, and Crown Point, after talking in the timeout for a little bit, decided to go for a formation to where each position lined up as a group one by one, and it was a wildcat formation with Larry Ellison, the leading running back for Crown Point, taking a snap and running it about 65 yards all the way down the hashes into the end zone.
Wow, that's an incredible play call by Coach Pazia there. So did that just throw Arizona there for a loop?
Absolutely. I thought Arizona was going to force a 3-and-out. I haven't seen Crown Point get stuck to a 3-and-out on their first drive in probably forever. I mean, I'm a young kid, and I've never seen it before, but that's a great play call by Coach Buzz, in my opinion. And, I mean, it paid off well, going for it on their own side of the field, might I add, and it worked very well.
Well, you said it was how long of a touchdown?
A 65-yard touchdown.
65 yards. Wow.
All right,
Yep.
so Mireille, you have some experience playing football here. What do the lines look like? How is the actual flow of the game going right so far?
Well, I'll tell you guys this right now. It's a little bit more rough for Crown Point than I thought it was. We don't know anything about Arizona Prep college prep, but I will tell you guys this. It's a battle in the trenches. Crown Point beefed up their O-line after kind of a test experiment that got them to state last year. They beefed up this O-line. The coach brought in his son and put him at right tackle, and Austin Rivera got moved to tackle. But, man, that offensive line for Crown Point was looking dominant last game, but it's going to be a great challenge for them because that D-line for Arizona is looking pretty strong.
All right, thank you, Mireille. We appreciate it. One more time, what is the score and time update, please?
Yep, the Crown Point Bulldogs are up 7-0, and it looks like there is 6:28 left in the first quarter.
All right, thank you much, Mireille. We appreciate it. It's Mireille Fernandez with an update from Crown Point in Arizona. Looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, we'll move on from Mireille to Gary Graben with an update from Hammond Morton at Chesterton at Morton, right? Yes, right. Yeah. So, Gary Graben, what's going on?
Let me give you a quick one from TF South. At the half, it is Hammond Central 7, TF South 6. Bryce Brandon, an 18-yard touchdown run for the Wolves. Here at Morton, an interesting start to the game. Morton had the opening possession, got all the way to the 1-yard line, and PA's a little loud. At the 1, they tried a pass play to LeBron Hill. He was double covered. It was batted away, and on the next play, Morton fumbled.
Oh, no.
And lost the ball. Chesterton was able to advance a little bit out, but had to punt. The snap went into the end zone. Morton recovered. Morton took a safety. It's 2-0 Morton, but Chesterton is on the drive now inside of the Morton 20. Again, the Chesterton look here is most of the success is on the ground here. There hasn't been much through the air. Both McCormick and Andrew Guevara, a junior, a 6'1", 200-pound junior at running back, has quite a few yards here already in this opening quarter for Chesterton. But Morton fumbled the punt after the safety that they received. So Morton has 2 turnovers in this game already.
That is definitely going to be a factor. The Governors cannot put the ball on the turf against a team like Chesterton.
Mistakes will kill you.
I will tell you that Chesterton just went for it on 4th down here and did not make it.
Oh.
So Morton has stood tall here and has taken the ball over on about their own 20 or so here. So, again, interesting start, a couple of turnovers and a loss on possession. And the unique score of 2-0 with 6:11 to go here in the first quarter.
The dreaded 2-0 score there. One more time, Gary, you had mentioned earlier. Could you repeat the Hammond TF South score, please?
It is 7-6 Hammond Central over TF South at the half.
All right, thank you much, Gary. We appreciate all your updates and looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
You got it, boys.
All right, thank you much. We'll go from Gary Graben, move on to Nathan Laird, longtime journalist here with an update from Andrean and Valpo. Nathan, what's going on?
Yeah, the 59ers strike first in this one after getting blanked last week at Maryville. It was a defensive touchdown for the Niners as Jimmy Finley picks off a Kellen Hosick pass, returns it to the house nearly 40 yards for the score for the future NIU Husky. And then the 59ers are just forced a 3-and-out for Valpo under 5 minutes to go. Andrean's about to get the ball back up 7-0.
So, Nathan, it looks like the 59ers are coming out playing passionate. Is Valpo playing on their heels here?
This Andrean defense, it was tough to tell by the score last week against Maryville, giving up a 27 spot. But the Andrean defense played tough last week. This is a physical team, especially this front seven for the 59ers, and they're doing a great job slowing down the running game of Valpo here so far early in the game. Valpo hasn't taken to the air too many times here. Quarterback is 0 for 3, including that interception return for a touchdown. Now see if Andrean can get it going on offense. They went 3-and-out there in their lone possession of the game, but they're going to have some good field position here. Starting at about midfield, and I'll tell you, this 59er sideline is pumped up.
Well, has Valparaiso been able to move the ball on the ground at all?
Valpo only has, I believe, 2 first downs in this game. Berta's picking up 2-3 yards a pop. His longest run so far has only been 6 yards. So this Andrean front, like I said, they're playing tough, keeping Valpo's running game in check so far here. Got a lot of football to play, 4:46 to go in the first quarter, so a lot of football left. But so far the Andrean defense has proven they're up to the task.
Nathan, how do you see the rest of this game going, you think?
Andrean's got to get something going on offense. Obviously, they struggled last week against Maryville. New quarterback Brady Ellish had some growing pains in his first career varsity start. You got to get something going on offense. Running the ball still a struggle for this 59ers team. They're going to continue to work the short passing game and try to spread the field out wide. They feel they got an athletic advantage over Valparaiso. Spread the field out wide, get the ball in the hands of guys like Jimmy Finley, who we saw make a big play. Like Tyler Vo, the young freshman who had over 80 receiving yards last week against Maryville. Jaden Holmes, the big playmaker with the ball in his hands. So I think they're going to rely on the short passing game a lot. Van Drain can get that ball, can get the ball moving and take over time of possession and do some stuff on offense and force Valpo into more of a traditional passing game, which I don't think the Vikings really want to do. That's not their strength. I think things are would be looking pretty good for Andrean, but like I said, a lot of time left.
All right, thank you much, Nathan. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
It is Andrean 7, Valparaiso 0, 59ers ball with 4:46 to go in the first. Andrean's got the ball on their own 48-yard line.
All right, thank you much. That's longtime journalist Nathan Laird. Thank you for your update and looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, Nathan, Andrean all over Valpo early. We do have full phone lines here, so we're going to go ahead and talk to Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville and Hobart. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, in their second possession, Maryville brought out running back Cam Jordan, the sophomore running back that we saw last week, and he had the possession exclusively. Picked up some nice yardage, and then we also saw Jordan Sanders in at quarterback. And Jordan Sanders did lead the Pirates to another touchdown, once again over Hobart, this time coming by the 25-yard touchdown pass to Zamir Martin. The extra point was good. That put the Pirates up 14-0. With just about 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Maryville's defense forced another 3-and-out, forcing another Hobart punt, and that allowed Maryville to take over right around their own 35-yard line. They have the ball for the third time right now. There's 1:46 to go here in the opening quarter. Maryville on top of Hobart, 14-0, with the ball for the third time.
So with 14-0, does Hobart have what it takes to kind of take a bite out of this lead, or is this kind of a Hobart playing on their heels situation?
Yeah, especially offensively. So their offense does not help their defense at all. So they have not been able to move the ball. But both possessions that Hobart's had the ball, they've had a 5-yard penalty both times and was unable to get back to the original line of scrimmage in the first possession, and only got back to the line of scrimmage on the second possession. So they faced a 3rd and 11 in the first possession, a 3rd and 10 on the second possession before needing to punt. So up to this point, I think they've thrown the ball three times. One was a screen pass that went for about 3 yards, and the other two were incompletions that very easily could have been intercepted by the Pirates. So right now they have not been able to run the ball and have not been able to connect on any passes in their limited possessions up to this point. So right now we have Maryville on top, 1:37 to go here in the first quarter. There's a timeout, but Maryville on top 14-0 here in the opening quarter.
Dr. Reed, Hobart, their star is Willie Shearer. Is he playing today?
Yeah, I believe he has lined up in the backfield tonight, and they've handed the ball off a couple times. He has just not been able to get anything going here on this tough front seven by the Maryville Pirates. They proved a week ago that they were able to be very stiff on the run. I was really interested to see if they could do it in back-to-back weeks. And so far, in the first two possessions for Hobart, they have been able to do that. So good start for the Pirate defense here, and we'll see how the rest of the game goes. We are fairly early, it's still the first quarter, but Hobart not really able to do much yet on offense so far tonight.
All right, thank you much, Dr. Reed. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, thank you much. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville leading Hobart 14-0. And before we take a break, we'll go to Mireille Fernandez with an update from Crown Point and Arizona College Prep. Mireille, what's going on?
Well, I just said his name, and it sounds like I'm having a little bit of deja vu, but Larry Ellison, a simple inside zone play is all it takes. He scampers down the left hash. Once again, like I said, a little bit of deja vu, and he basically got a touchdown right where he got it to touch it before.
Wow.
That makes 2 touchdowns for Larry.
Was that a long touchdown or a short one?
Now, it was about the 50-yard line, and they were on the left hash, and they just ran a simple inside zone play, and he scampered all the way through after missing a few tackles and juking another guy.
Wow, so Crown Point's off to a hot start here. How is Arizona College Prep looking in the in response to these?
Well, I'll tell you this. Crown Point was struggling. They're having their highs and lows, but their highs are bigger than their lows. I saw a couple whiffed blocks on kick-out blocks from the offensive line, and they got in some second and long and third and long. But, man, when Coach Bazia has a play up his sleeve, he lets it rip, and they get a first down when they need it. The offensive line is struggling, but like I said, it's going to be a back-and-forth battle between Crown Point and Arizona Prep trenches. But it looks like the Crown Point offensive line is getting the best of them.
All right, thank you much. One more time, what was that scoreboard update, Mireille?
The score is 14-0 with 3:37 left in the first quarter.
All right, thank you much, Mireille. We appreciate the update.
Thank you, guys.
All right, folks, we have another caller in. We've got an update from Gary Graben with Chesterton and Morton. Gary, what's going on?
Well, as if the Morton mistake train can't end here, after they stopped Chesterton on a fourth down play, they went nowhere, and on their punt, a poor snap was recovered by Chesterton at the Morton 3. A penalty on Chesterton moved them back to the 13, but eventually it was that man McCormick again, a 3-yard touchdown run, extra point good. It is 7-2 Chesterton over Morton with about 3 minutes to play here in the first quarter.
7-2 here. Again, that 2 is an odd number that you see, very unique.
It's actually an even number, Ben. I hate to tell you.
Yeah, math was never my strong point, I guess. But Gary Graben,
education there, man.
Yeah, Gary Graben is always right. Technically right this time. So it is a strange number to have in football. But when you do see that 2 points, that's when scores get a little bit funky on the back end. What does Morton need to do in order to kind of get back into this one, maybe take this lead?
Well, on the opening drive, they had a little success with sort of short passes, and LeBron Hill could run. He had a 29-yard run down to the 2. When they try to go deep, the accuracy and the timing doesn't seem to be there yet tonight. So it seems like they're going to have to do a little more on the fringes. And Chesterton has been able to do a little damage running up the middle here against Morton. So, again, shoring up the middle of the defense for Morton. Chesterton looks like they are going to really go to the ground and pound here quite a bit.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, Gary. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
It is 7-2, the Chesterton Trojans over the Morton Governors as the clock winds down to 2:22 left here in the first quarter.
All right, thank you much.
They're all even numbers, by the way.
That's true. That is true. All right, thank you, Gary. Appreciate it.
All right, see ya.
All right, thank you much. We are going to take a quick break, and on the other side of this break, we're going to have Steve Schmidt with an update from our game of the week, Kankakee Valley at Wheeler.
Now, back to the action here on Game Night. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday Night Lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Lesky and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at leskyandnondorf.com.
Hello, I'm Jonna Robinson, Morning Edition host here at Lakeshore Public Media. As Northwest Indiana's public broadcasting station, our goal is to serve you with programming that informs and inspires. You can play a pivotal role in helping us achieve that goal by taking our 89.1 FM survey. Whether you tune in occasionally or have made us a part of your daily routine, your opinions matter. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback to help build a stronger station for your community.
Lakeshore Public Media invites you to the Building Blocks Breakfast Fueling the Future, happening September 25th from 8 to 10 a.m. at the Dean and Barbara White Community Center. Discover groundbreaking insights into early childhood development, network with fellow leaders, and explore tools to support our youngest learners. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/buildingblocks for tickets and sponsorships.
First of all, everything that anybody really wants to do happens outside. And anything that happens inside is decorated like outside with wood panels and bear paws and moose antlers everywhere.
Join us for more true stories told live. Next time, stories from a live event in Anchorage, Alaska. That's on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday morning at 11 and Sunday afternoon at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Hi, I'm Terry.
And I'm Joe. We host the People's Pharmacy heard live Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
We talk with you about everything from home remedies to breakthrough drugs. Hear from leading experts about drugs, herbs, home remedies, and other health topics.
Join us on the People's Pharmacy Saturday mornings at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio 89.1 FM.
Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We have an update from Steve Schmidt with our Game of the Week, Kankakee Valley at Wheeler. Steve, what's going on?
Second quarter, but right at the end of the first quarter, Wheeler connected on another touchdown pass from Klimchek, the quarterback, to Tyne Vetical on a deep 55-yard touchdown pass. And then right away they went for two to make up for the missed PAT earlier. And again, Klimchek finds Bryce Thompson for the conversion. We're now into the second quarter, 8:47 to go in the second quarter, and 14-7 Wheeler.
So Wheeler's throwing the ball around. Has Kankakee Valley got any adjustments in their bag?
I hope so, because, again, it was just earlier, or the last update I gave, how they were letting the deep ball go. It was just a strike right down the sideline, one-on-one coverage, and the receiver just beats the defensive back. And KV's getting ready to punt here. The punter bobbles the snap, and he's going to be wrapped up around the 50-yard line.
Oh, wow.
The Steelers to take over in their own territory.
So
the Klimczak pass, how far was it?
That was a 55-yard touchdown pass.
55 yards.
Mm-hmm.
So, Steve, right now it looks like there's some adjustments that need to be made from Kankakee Valley on defense and apparently also on special teams. What does Kennedy need to do to make sure that this team kind of responds in the right way?
You know, Coach Kennedy does a great job with halftime adjustments. I don't know exactly what he's going to do with the guys at the half, but he needs to tell them that we need to play more fundamentally sound. Because I think really it's the missed assignments and just a lack of fundamentals at times right now. That's what it looks like. And a little bit in the first half last week against Rensselaer, at times they showed that, and they were able to come out in the second half and play a good second half of football. So they have to kind of hold tough here at the end of the first and see what happens now in the second.
So what are you looking forward to from this game going forward to try to keep this game close?
I think it's going to be a good game in the second half. KV needs to come up with a stop here to keep it a 1-score game here. But energy on both sides is pretty high. Wheeler's brought a great crowd out here in their season opener. So
So that's definitely their players are responding to that. KV brought a good crowd out here also. So I think it's just going to be, if adjustments are made in the second half, it's going to be living up to that game of the week billing.
All right. Thank you much, Steve. We appreciate the update.
No problem.
All right, so that was Steve Schmidt with the update from Kankakee Valley, from Kankakee Valley at Wheeler, where Wheeler is leading 14-7. All right, let's take a look at our scoreboard and see if we can do a little bit of a scoreboard update. All right, we've got Andrean.
The scoreboard update.
Sorry about that. I'm speaking over the bump here. So we got Andrean up over Valparaiso 7-0. And Maryville leads Hobart 14-0. And Crown Point leads Arizona Prep 14-0.
We've got Chesterton over Morton 7-2. An odd score, but Chesterton seems to be moving the ball now a little bit more.
I've been told that that's an even number.
The 7 or the 2?
I think it's the
2. Griffith 21-0 for Munster. We got the live feed from Jet TV, was it?
Yeah, we'll look in on that shortly.
Yeah, and Griffith looked like they're moving the ball again.
That offense can move for sure.
Portage is down 7 to Northwood. Northwood's a good program.
All right, we've got Chittard up 28-7 over Hanover Central. That game continues to be a little lopsided. We have LaPorte 6 trailing Lowell 7. So that is an interesting game there, a really tight contest there in LaPorte County. We've got Lake Central leading Grand Rapids Catholic in the second quarter still 3-0.
Lafayette Jeff and Michigan City, no score in that one. Boone takes a 7-0 lead over South Central, and Hammond Central has a 7-6 lead over TF South.
All right, no score yet from Bishop Knoll versus Osceola Grace. No score from East Chicago and West Side. But currently, we just heard from Steve Schmidt, our game of the week. Wheeler leads Kankakee Valley 14-7.
Illinois Homeschool and Lake Station have not scored. South Bend Riley and Fort Wayne has not scored. And North Newton and Rensselaer, there is no score.
We're going to have to figure out which Fort Wayne school that is because there's a handful of them there. So we're going to have to figure out what's going on with that. No score yet from Pioneer and Knox. No score yet from Winnemac and Frontier. And currently, right now, the hosting River Forest Ingots are leading 7-0 over Calumet.
Right. That's going to be a good one.
Yes,
Whiting 7, Highland 6, and the last one there, West Central and Culver, no scores.
All right, North Judson 0, LaVille 0. That's another rivalry there. We have Bowman Academy has fallen to Calumet Christian 43-6. All right, and that's our scoreboard update. At some point here, we're going to look into taking the Jed TV feed for one of these games. We're going to try to figure out which is the right game to take, but it looks like we have a caller coming in. Pretty soon. Waiting. We've got Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hanover Central, Bishop Chittard. Kevin, what's going on? Kevin, are you there? All right, Kevin Driscoll, we got an update here. What's going on in Central Indiana?
How you doing, guys? It is halftime here at Bishop Chittard High School near Broad Ripple in Indianapolis, and that's where the two-time defending state champion Bishop Chittard Trojans lead Hanover Central 28-7. The scoring was hot and heavy early on. Wildcats won the toss, elected to receive. Kind of a brash move facing a team that's won 4 state titles in 5 years. And the Trojans were happy to start on defense. Defensive back Declan Hostetler picks off Hanover quarterback Tommy Bonner's first pass attempt, returns at 31 yards for an early pick 6. But Cats all everything Caden Barrett, then take the ensuing kickoff 99 yards to tie the game at 7 after the PAT. That is Barrett's second kickoff return touchdown in as many weeks. You may recall he had a 92-yarder against Wheeler last week. But after that, it was mostly all Chittard. Trojan quarterback Jack Harrington, 12 of 16 in that first half for 162 yards and 3 touchdowns. Wildcat offense just could not get on track against the swarming Chittard defense. The Wildcats did not earn their first down until about the 9-minute mark of the second quarter. But Hanover did get some momentum late in that second quarter. They mounted a drive that started at their own 49, got a little bit creative, mixing it up, maybe a little swing pass here and there, some quick hitters, drove all the way down to the Chittard 15. And in fact, wait for it, Tommy Bonner found Rocco Bartolomeo in the end zone. But an ineligible man downfield negated the score. So that drive stalled, turnover on downs, and that's where we stand. 28-7. The only scoring for Hanover came on that 99-yard kickoff return from everything Caden Barrett. Total offensive yards in that first half, Hanover musters just 42 total offensive yards, 204 on the board for Bishop Chittard.
All right, Kevin, we've got some full phone lines, but hopefully we have a comeback for Hanover Central in the second half. Give us a call as this game progresses, and hopefully with some good news for our Hanover Central Wildcats.
Go Region! Go Region!
Yes, sir. All right, thank you much. That is Kevin Driscoll with an update from Hanover Central at Bishop Chittard. All right, we're going to go from Indianapolis area to the Hammond area with an update from Gary Graben with Chesterton at Hammond Morton. Gary, what's going on?
By the way, the pride of Indiana, Hammond, Indiana. I would tell you, following a Morton 19-yard punt, Chesterton had a drive that culminated with another McCormick 8-yard touchdown run, extra point good, making it 14-2 Chesterton.
Oh, wow.
But Holland Harris for Morton has just reeled off a 42-yard run, putting Morton inside the Chesterton 30. So considering the fact that Morton has 2 fumbles and a 19-yard punt and a botched snap, they're still in this game miraculously.
Very interesting with all the mistakes that have been going on here. It appears that special teams are struggling, the offense is struggling. What does Morton need to do to kind of sharpen up and get back into this one?
Well, it just happened here because they're keying on LeBron so much that I think Harris may have to run the ball more than he's accustomed to. And that was a great run that he had. He went up and out to the far sideline. Beautiful run, and I think he's going to have to use his legs because Chesterton has LeBron Hill covered pretty well here with double coverage, and it's a lot harder, I think, for Morton to be moving the ball. So, again, I think he's going to have to use his legs. They're not getting much out of Deshaun Woods tonight in the running game. So now they have to go the third option, which is a quarterback running a little more. So look for a little more of that. But as we talked about earlier tonight, these mistakes, especially early in the season, Morton had a very sloppy game in week 1. We pointed out, even though they were able to, with Portage, they were in the game for a while, but in the end, Portage just pulled away with the mistakes. And here again tonight, too many mistakes. When you're playing Duneland Conference teams, mistakes don't add up to wins.
Right. Gary, are the mistakes by Morton unforced mistakes, or is the defensive line or defensive play of Chesterton causing those fumbles?
Well, the fumble on the 1-yard line was a hit. The one on the punt following the safety was sort of a combination of hit and just not having the ball secure. And then the bad snap is a bad snap. That's not the defense on that one. So it's a combination of both. It's those things, as we talked about earlier, that require a lot of repetition. And that's going to come as the weeks go by here for Morton. But right now, they're making some mistakes that you really just can't have. And I would tell you, one of the things, we didn't talk about this last week when I was at Crown Point, but, Crown Point and Lowell played a pretty clean game for week 1. There were not a lot of flags. We talked about Crown Point looking November ready in August. So I think, the key here is Morton has a lot of things to shore up as they move forward.
All right, fair enough. Gary, one more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Again, it's 14-2, the Chesterton Trojans over the Morton Governors, with just over 10 minutes to go here in the first half.
All right, thank you much. That is Gary Graben with the update from Chesterton and Morton. Thanks, Gary.
You got it, boys.
All right, we'll move on from Hammond and move to Valparaiso with Nathan Laird with an update with Andrean at Valparaiso. Nathan, what's going on?
Well, the Andrean 59er offense finally scored for the first time this season after that shutout last week. They had the defensive touchdown early. The offense drove about half the length of the field, culminated in a pass on third down from about 12 yards out. Brady Ellis to Jimmy Finley, who showed his leaping ability, went up and grabbed it for the 59ers score. With about 7:45 to go in the half, it's Andrean 14, Valpo nothing. The big play of that drive, Andrean went for it on 4th and 5 at the Valpo 29. Quarterback Brady Ellis scrambled for about 17 yards to keep that drive alive.
So what are the 59ers doing right to kind of fluster the Vikings?
Offensively, Andrean's been able to run the ball better than they have in the last couple of years. This is my second year as assistant athletic director at Andrean, and they have not been able to run the ball like they have tonight so far. So it all starts in the run. I'm a former offensive lineman myself.
There you go.
It starts in the trenches if you want to get anything done, and Andrean able to move the ball on the ground. Brady Stovall had a few nice carries on that last drive to really get those sticks moving, keep them playing ahead of those sticks, and makes the offense a heck of a lot easier for the quarterback if you can run the football. Now, Valpo is driving right now. With about 7 minutes to go in the first half, they have the ball in the Andrean 33.
Nathan, Valparaiso, we know that they have a great back in Tommy Berta. Has the line not been able to open up some holes for him, for Valpo?
He has not really had any room to run. We've seen a handful of carries, including one just right now where he stopped for a 1-yard gain. There's always one or two Andrean gold helmets getting on him pretty much right at the line of scrimmage. And, Tommy Berta, give him all the credit in the world. He's a great high school football player. He's using that strength to fall forward to pick up gains of 2, 3, 4 yards. He is running hard, but he is getting hits nearly immediately. The Andrean defensive front is getting to him right away.
All right. It seems like Andrean's playing some passionate football here. Our phone lines are kind of getting booked up here. So, Nathan, one more time, what is the score and time update, please?
With 6:13 to go in the first half, it is Andrean 14, Valparaiso 0.
Excellent. Thank you, Nathan. We appreciate the update.
Thank you.
All right. Maybe a little bit of an upset brewing there at Viking Field. So something to keep our eye on here. All right, we'll move on from Valparaiso, and we'll move on to a town just outside of Valparaiso, into Wheeler, for our Game of the Week, Kankakee Valley and Wheeler. Steve Schmidt with an update. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Kankakee Valley was able to stop a Wheeler offensive drive, take over inside their on the 11-yard line. Marco Castro gets the ensuing handoff and takes it all the way to the house. They're all tied up 14 apiece in the second quarter.
So, Steve, it seems like Kankakee Valley showing a little bit of spark here after giving up a couple touchdowns to Wheeler. What is the key to some of these drives here?
Well, that one, it was just a one-play drive, just a handoff to Castro. Castro hasn't really touched the ball much today. It looks like that the Wheeler defense is kind of sold out at times, going right after Castro. A lot of read option plays with Castro and Diego Arroyo, the quarterback for the Cougars. So he's had a lot more carries, but that was, I think, Castro's third or fourth touch of the entire game. But that one was a good one for them to hit pay dirt.
How far was Castro's run?
They announced it as an 83-yard score, but when I looked up, it looked like the scoreboard said the ball was on the 11. So it was an 80-plus yard score for sure.
Thank you.
Wow, so it seems like there's quite a bit of fireworks here going on in this game. What do you think the key is for the remaining time frame?
I think my last update, like I mentioned, was fundamentals. Preaching fundamentals, continuing to play fundamentals on wrapping up tackling, especially as we get into the second half. It's still early in the season for these guys, so attrition could start to set in if they let it. So as long as they're wrapping up tackling defensively and they're executing on offense the way the play is designed to be ran, I think either side, for that matter, that's just going to end up coming out on top tonight.
All right, fair enough. Anything you want to add here, Steve, before we let you go?
Well, Wheeler just connected on a big play down the field on the sideline, so they're going to set up first down on the Cage side of the field. But other than that, I'm excited to see how the rest of this game's going to pan out. This game's getting interesting.
All right, thank you much, Steve. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
With 3:44 to go in the first half, it is all tied up 14-14.
All right, thank you much. That's Steve Schmidt with an update from our Game of the Week, Kankakee Valley at Wheeler. All right, we'll move from Wheeler to Hobart, where Dr. Reed Amons has an update from Maryville at Hobart. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, a couple of exchanges of turnovers. Hobart's defense was able to get an interception right around midfield, and a couple plays later, the Maryville defense was able to get a sacked fumble that they were able to recover and then able to take over right around midfield. But then on that possession that Maryville then possesses the ball, they're able to score a touchdown with Cam Jordan running one in from 26 yards out. The extra point was good. That was Cam Jordan's first touchdown of the night, and the extra point was good. That put Maryville up 21-0. There's just about 5 minutes and 8 seconds to go here in quarter number 2. Maryville has the ball. They just rattled off a 22-yard run by Cam Jordan out to the Hobart 47-yard line. And Maryville's on the move once again, already leading 21-0 with under 5 minutes to go here in the opening half.
All right, thanks, Dr. Reed. Go ahead and give us a call at halftime.
Sounds great, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, I appreciate this. Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville at Hobart. All right, we're going to go from Hobart to Crown Point with an update from Mireille Fernandez, where Crown Point is hosting Arizona College Prep. Mireille, what's going on?
Hey, so Noah Ehrlich just took a read option. It looks like he made the wrong read, but he took it himself and broke a tackle from the defensive end, and a great downfield block by Caden Schmidt. Sealed a touchdown in. Looks like a 20-yard scamper from Noah Ehrlich to put the Bulldogs up 21-0.
Wow. So he's really running this offense sharply in this first half. What does Arizona College Prep need to do to kind of slow this Bulldog offense down?
Well, number one, Crown Point's offensive line is getting the best of their defensive line, but only down the stretch in the drive. I feel like early on in the drive, Crown Point's offensive line is looking a little sluggish. But 5-6 plays in, they just start to look dominant, and I think they need to, they need to condition their defensive line a little more or something because, man, they look sluggish about a few plays into the drive.
So you're saying that Crown Point's offensive line is just wearing out this Arizona College Prep defensive line?
Absolutely. They seem more conditioned to me. I don't know if Arizona's a little tired from the trip that they took here from Arizona to Indiana, but, I mean, Crown Point's offensive line is wearing them out for sure.
All right. Thank you much, Mireille. We appreciate the update. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Yep, for sure. Crown Point is up 21-0 with 4:25 left here in the second quarter.
All right, thank you, Mireille. Go ahead and give us a call at halftime.
Cool.
All right, thank you much. That's Mireille Fernandez with an update from Crown Point hosting Arizona College Prep. We're going to have an update from Gary Graben on the back end of this break. He has an update from Chesterton and Morton. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Lesky and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at leskyandnondorf.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Hello, I'm Michael Gallenberger, the local host of All Things Considered here at Lakeshore Public Media. As Northwest Indiana's public broadcasting station, our goal is to serve you with programming that informs and inspires. You can play a pivotal role in helping us achieve that goal by taking our 89.1 FM survey. Whether you tune in occasionally or have made us part of your daily routine, your opinions matter. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback to help build a stronger station for your community.
Lakeshore Public Media invites you to the Building Blocks Breakfast, Fueling the Future, happening September 25th from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. at the Dean and Barbara White Community Center in Maryville. Discover groundbreaking insights into early childhood development. Network with fellow leaders and explore tools to support our youngest learners. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/buildingblocks for tickets and sponsorships.
This is Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org.
Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We want to thank Palermo's for taking care of Game Night crew this evening. Palermo's is a real Chicago pizza serving the community since 1961. You can visit Palermo's of 63rd Street at 2893 East 81st Street in Maryville and Hobart, between the Home Depot and PetSmart. This pizza was tremendous today. Thank you so much, Palermo's. We love it. We loved everything you do for us, and we thank you for supporting local sports. All right, with that being said, we're going to move on to Gary Graben, who's got an update for the Chesterton and Morton game. Gary, what's going on?
Well, let me first get you caught up on the Hammond Central TF South game.
Okay.
At the end of three quarters, it's 12-7 TF South. TF South had a 4th and 1 at the Hammond Central 25, and they tried the old tush-push play that's become famous in the NFL. But their tush-push went for 25 yards and a touchdown. An interesting way to score. Missed both of their extra points, so it's 12-7 there as they start the fourth. Here with the Governors, they have finally struck the end zone here. A 9-yard touchdown run by defensive star Freddie Brown, who was in the backfield here. Extra point good. It is 14-9. 14-9 Chesterton over Morton as the clock ticks under 6 minutes to play here in this first half.
That seems like a more normal football score than what we had earlier, Gary.
I would agree. It's not even or odd. It's just normal.
Just normal. So, Gary, what is going on here with this? How is Hammond coming back and kind of making a game of this?
Well, I will tell you, the big run play there by Holland Harris really made that last drive. And then Freddie Brown, again, who is sort of a thunder to the lightning of Deshaun Woods, because Brown's 6', 220, and he was able to get into the end zone. Just a power play. I think you see Morton going a little bit more diversified here. We've talked about LeBron Hill. Chesterton's just not going to let him beat them tonight. Morton has actually moved him on plays all the way. It's rare to see this, but a wide receiver almost standing out of bounds. He is just barely in bounds. He is so far away from the play trying to create space, but it's just not really working that well. I will tell you that Chesterton is also on the march here again. For a touchdown. I thought it was out of bounds, but it's inbound.
Oh, wow.
It was a pass from McCormick to Guevara, Andrew Guevara. We haven't mentioned his name, but he has the ball in his hands probably a little more than Brady McCormick does. He is quite the workhorse. He's a junior, a 6'1", 200-pound running back. They like these little swing passes. Again, Chesterton does not air it out. They don't throw the deep ball. So everything is sort of within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage. The swing pass turned it upfield and was able to get in for a score. So that moves the score to 20-9 pending the extra point here. So a big play for Chesterton to answer. Morton, again, starting to get more weapons. We may be in for a little bit of a shootout here in the second half. The extra point is good, so it is 21-9 Chesterton. 21-9 Chesterton over Morton. 5 minutes, 21 seconds to go here in the first half.
All right, thanks, Gary. What do you see coming here in the second half?
Well, again, with Chesterton, I don't think there's going to be on offense. I don't think they're going to change much here. I think the Chesterton defense is going to have to adjust to maybe Morton using both Woods and Freddie Brown out of the backfield. And for Morton, it's still Morton has brought the defense up. Most of their defense is within 7 yards of the line of scrimmage, but they're still having trouble stopping the run and those little swing passes. So Morton needs to do something a little different here on defense. McCormick gets rid of the ball fast when it's a pass play, so you're not going to get him on the ground that way. So you're just going to have to do your reads and see where these players are to stop them after they catch the ball, or on the runs, you're going to have to be able to get into these holes, get off your block, and get in the holes and make the play.
Gary, Morton defensively, what do they need to do? I mean, obviously get stops, but what do they need to do other than not turning the ball over to prevent Chesterton from running away with this?
Well, as we just talked about, I think they're going to have to find a way. They've already cheated most of the defense up here because they know Chesterton does not want to throw long. So they've got the players all in the box close enough, but they need to make plays. The first guy needs to bring down Guevara in the backfield. McCormick's a bigger load. You might need two guys to bring him down, but I think Morton has the guys sort of in the right position here on defense. They just need to make the play.
All right, thank you very much, Gary. One more time, what is that score updated at halftime?
Again, 21-9 with 5:18 to go here in the first half.
It's not quite
Morton
halftime.
has the ball just outside of their own 30.
All right, thank you much. We appreciate it, Gary. Thank you for the update.
You got it.
All right, thank you much. Awaiting a little bit of information here to see if we're going to take a live look in for Jed TV. But right now, Wayne, we are seeing a lot of good action here so far. Crown Point continues to impress against a team that flew all the way across the country to play them. This is a college prep team that, according to Coach Pazia last year, took the Arizona State Championship team to triple overtime at one point last year. So this is no slouch of a team.
And neither is Crown Point.
Neither is Crown Point.
Shown that Indiana football can be just as good.
Absolutely. Something that a lot of people don't understand or don't realize is that Indiana is really a hotbed for college recruiting for football. Yeah. It's one of the more top Division I players come out of Indiana than almost any other state, and people roll their eyes. All right, well, you've got Texas, and you've got Florida and California, some of these bigger states, and that's true. But if you keep in mind that Indiana, with the Northwest Indiana, the Central Indiana around Indianapolis, Lafayette areas, Southern Indiana into the Bloomingtons, those areas spit out a lot of Division I talent that go to elsewhere. They go to other states to play, or go to Notre Dame. A lot of times they're not. Some of the best players aren't necessarily going to go to Purdue or IU because of recent lack of success for those two programs. But what people don't realize is there's a lot of MAC schools in the surrounding area, and they just get picked out of the state of Indiana. So that is there is a lot of talent here in this state. With that being said, it's very impressive what Crown Point is doing here against the college prep team. That, okay, did they fly across the nation? Are they a little bit fatigued? I get jet lagged. It's a little bit early. They traveled, forward in time for the time zone change and everything. But very interesting to see how they're responding against a very good team.
Especially in the second half. What is Arizona going to do? All right, they had the first half they played.
Right.
That's fine. But now you got to forget that excuse of travel. Now they should be ready to play.
Yeah, they should be ready to play. I'd like to do a scoreboard update if we could, please. But we'll try to get that queued up here real quick. But another thing that's caught my eye is Andrean at Valparaiso. That game, Andrean's really landed on Valparaiso early.
Yeah, they really have. And, the Maryville game on Hobart. Maryville's laid it on Hobart. Crown Point, I mean, these are things that we kind of thought, except for Andrean, that were going to happen.
Absolutely. We're going to go ahead and run we do have a call coming in here. We've got a call from Kevin Driscoll as we're getting him on the line. We're going to go ahead and, Kevin Driscoll with a little bit of an update. Let's bring him online. Kevin with an update from Hanover Central at Bishop Chatard. Kevin, what's going on? Kevin, are you there? Can you hear us? All right. A little bit of connection issues here with Kevin. Kevin, are you there?
Yeah, looks like I'm not alone, huh?
Yeah, a little bit of connection issues, but what's going on there? A little bit of news from Bishop Chatard.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to get a hold of NBC meteorologists because I like to call their meteorology department every now and then, and it has nothing to do with Cheryl Scott. I mean, it has nothing to do with very, very upstanding, accurate weather forecasting operation.
Right.
So, I'm always trying to get on top of the weather. Now, we have some lightning delay. I've seen a lot of lightning delays or weather delays back in the region, but usually it's accompanied by wind and rain. But this is an odd one. We just got a lot of lightning and pretty much all around the stadium right now. No wind, no rain, just a lot of lightning. And they keep resetting the clock. So on 2 occasions, they have reset the 30-minute clock. I don't know how you guys know, if you guys know, but every time there's a lightning strike, the game is delayed by 30 minutes. That is pretty much all sports in IHSAA rules.
So, Kevin, with the lightning delay here, what is the score currently? Are we at a running clock at this point, or what's our update game-wise?
No, right now it is just a 21-point lead. It has to reach a 35-point lead to have a running clock. Hanover Central trails 28-7 at the half.
Okay.
There was, there's about 40 minutes to go in the second half when we heard the public address announcer clear the stadium, call for both sides to clear the stadium. And so it's halftime here. So we have a whole half to go. And you got to wonder what's going through Brian Parker's mind. And I don't know what the protocol is in this situation. Do you stick around? Do you stay late? It is Friday night. There's no school tomorrow.
Right.
There is a JV scheduled game tomorrow, but, JV always, falls by the wayside. You got to get that varsity game in. But, who knows what the decision-making process. I don't know. You guys have access to more games. What's going on throughout the state?
Well, right now, there are a lot of weather delays in central Indiana, just so you're aware. So you are not alone in that regards. But up here in northwest Indiana, Crown Point is all over the Arizona College Prep game. Well, let's go ahead and bring up some scores here, some score graphics, and I can let you know, Kevin, where we're at in the world.
It's almost like I'm a studio host.
Yeah, exactly. We'll take it. It's been a while. You got it. So
I think.
Go ahead.
This is really neat to see Crown Point playing Arizona. It's like the Duneland is going Big Ten football. Why not expand out?
Yeah, I love it. Why not? So we're going to go through these real quick. Right now in the second quarter, Andrean is beating Valparaiso 14-0.
That's a whoa.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a surprise there. Also in the second quarter, Maryville is beating Hobart 21-0. Crown Point up 21-0 over Arizona College Prep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Right now, Chesterton is leading Hammond Morton 21-9. Griffith is all over Munster 28-0. Northwood is beating Portage 7-0 in the second quarter. All right. We have your game here, the 28-7 Bishop Chatard game over Hanover Central. So far,
28-7 at the half.
Right, 28-7 at the half. Okay, thank you. LaPorte 6. Lowell 7. Okay, so that game's pretty close there. Lake Central and Grand Rapids Catholic are tied 10-10.
Now, that was an intriguing matchup to me because, that Lake Central going on the road, long bus trip, and that's no slouch of a school. They are a highly ranked program there in Michigan.
Yeah, they are. But, Lake Central, one of the bigger schools here in the state of Indiana. So improving here, the first-year head coach, it's going to be interesting to see how they continue to progress throughout this season. Right now, we've got Michigan City 6 leading Lafayette Jefferson. Lafayette Jefferson only has 3, so it's 6-3 Michigan City. Right now, Boone Grove leads South Central 7-0. Right now, TF South has 12 and Hammond Central has 7. All right, we'll go from there. Bishop Knoll and Osceola Grace will be playing on Saturday.
Play tomorrow.
Yep, play tomorrow. Will you be in attendance for that game?
I will not. I plan to be where my butt should be on every fall Saturday, and that is Kinnick Stadium. And trust me when I tell you, when I saw that lightning delay, remember, I got to get all the way north, and then I got to get 4 hours all the way to Iowa City tomorrow for an 11 a.m. kickoff. So
yeah, you've got a long day.
Tomorrow.
Yep. So you're going to be in Kinnick. I'm going to be in Ross-Ade. So we're gonna respect our alma maters as appropriately.
And all is right with the world.
Yes, sir. Yeah, my favorite time of year. All right, so our Kankakee Valley, our game of the week is Kankakee Valley at Wheeler. That game is tied at 14 in the second quarter.
So there's a couple of squads that are that really overachieved in that first in week one. They both look really, really impressive.
Right.
I'm really intrigued to see what both of those schools do the rest of the way, regardless of how this one shakes out.
Right, and oftentimes they they meet up with your group, the Hanover Central, squad, and have some good battles there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and tip your cap to Wheeler in the same way. Northwest Crossroads schools. You look at Andrean playing up. You look at certainly Hobart. With their week 1 and week 2 matchup playing Duneland schools, and Hanover Central coming down to Indianapolis to play a perennial state power. Obviously, you want to test your team early. You want to, shake the cobwebs off early on in the season and challenge your squad. And Wheeler's doing the same thing. And they might start the season 0-2, and they might be better for it.
Absolutely. You play against the teams that are toughing you up for the end of the season and your potential draw, just like Hanover's doing right now. And, I want to go ahead and let you go here right now. But right now, what is that halftime score here with Hanover Central and Bishop Chatard?
Another lightning strike pushes the clock down, 28-7. That halftime clock just keeps ticking and ticking and ticking with more lightning strikes. So who knows where this one's going to go? But I'll keep you posted as the evening progresses.
Sounds good, Kevin. You're the best in the biz for a reason. We appreciate all your updates. Give us a holler if the game actually gets back, weather permitting.
Boiler up, go Hawks.
Yep, I'm all for both of those. So take care, Kevin. Thank you much.
Peace.
All right, we'll go from Kevin Driscoll down at Bishop Chatard to Steve Schmidt with an update from our Kankakee Valley at Wheeler game. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys, this game is definitely living up to the billing for the game of the week. We are now at the half. We're all tied up 21 apiece. Last time I called, it was 14-14. A touchdown pass, another one from Klimchek. I didn't get the receiver's number that scored that one, but it was on the other end of the field, about a 10-yard score. And then on the ensuing KV drive, another deep ball, Diego Arroyo hit Adrian Utchman, put the Cougars in the red zone, and then Marco Castro pounced in a 7-yard score. That's where we stand right now at the half, 21-all.
So a little bit of excitement here and kind of a high-scoring game. Steve, we've been harping on, making sure that the fundamentals were right and making sure that all the games are all the plays are sharp and consistent. Which team has the edge right now, even though it's a tied game?
Right now, I would say it's Kankakee Valley because Wheeler's had those long, sustained drives, but KV's really capitalized on those quick play drives, getting down into the field as quick as possible. And the offensive line, honestly, is starting to take over for KV, starting to reminisce a little bit of what they did last week against Rensselaer, where it was a sloppy offensive line to start, and now kind of taking off here in the second half.
All right, fair enough. So what do you think are some of the keys of the second half here?
I think it's going to be who's going to get the first turnover, honestly. This has been a clean half. To put it in perspective, no turnovers by either side. So I think there's been a lot of passes by Klimchek. He's a really good quarterback, putting it just over the KV defender's grasp. I think if KV is able to get up on the receivers a little bit more, the line of scrimmage, and kind of slow their routes down a little bit, they're going to have a chance of getting an interception. Vice versa, though, with KV starting to go back to Castro, if they can just get a good push up front, the ball could squeak out at any time, and they could recover also. So.
All right, thank you, Steve. One more time, what is that halftime score?
At halftime, it's 21-21.
A tight one for our game of the week. Steve, thank you for the updates. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks.
All right, thank you much. We'll go from Wheeler back to Hobart with an update from Dr. Reed Amons with Maryville at Hobart. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, we've gone to halftime now. Maryville leads 29-0. The Pirates get there on their with about 3 minutes to go before half. Cameron Jordan is able to run in his second touchdown of the night, this time from 30 yards out. As the Pirates lined up for the extra point, that put the Pirates up 27-0. But as the Pirates lined up for their extra point, there was a high snap. But Bowles, the starting quarterback tonight, who's also the holder on the extra points, was able to corral the high snap and pick the ball up and run around the left side and in for the 2-point conversion.
Oh, wow.
So that's why we have the kind of odd score here. 29-0, Maryville on top. Cam Jordan able to pick up 2 touchdowns here in the first half. J.Q. Johnson, a touchdown, and Zamir Martin, a touchdown reception for the 4 scores for the Pirates tonight.
So it's kind of the old saying, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade out of it, right? So it seems like all the breaks are heading Maryville's way. Would that be the case?
Yeah, there have been 2 interceptions by Holbert's defense, able to get a couple interceptions, which have given them a couple decent opportunities at field position. However, I believe Holbert just has 1 first down here in the first half. I remember that they did pick up their first down with about 10 minutes to go in the second quarter, and I don't believe they picked up another first down in the remaining part of the first half. But it's been a tough offensive battle for Hobart so far. Their defense has been able to capitalize on a couple opportunities, but that has yet to really slow the Pirate offense down and has not led to scores yet for the Brickies tonight.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, Dr. Reed. One more time, what is that halftime score, please?
Yeah, you're welcome. Maryville leads at halftime 29-0 over Hobart. We are at halftime. There's still about 14 minutes to go here during the halftime festivities.
All right, thanks, Dr. Reed. We appreciate it. That's Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville at Hobart, with the Pirates leading the Brickies 29-0 at half. All right, we're going to go from Hobart to Valparaiso for maybe an upset alert. We'll have to see. Nathan Laird with an update from Andrea and Valpo. Nathan, what's going on?
Well, guys, stop me if you've heard this name before. Jimmy Finley, who already had a pick six, already had a touchdown catch. Didn't get into the end zone this time, but he had a huge reception for 20-plus yards to take the Niners down to the 4-yard line, where the very next play, sophomore Brady Stovall punched it in to make it 21-0 Niners late in the first half. But Valpo answers right back. Kick return of 80-plus yards by Julian Stokes finds the end zone to give Valparaiso some life. We're at the halftime. It's Andrean 21, Valparaiso 7.
So, Nathan, this game, it appears that Andrean is really fighting hard. They're really playing hard, and they're really frustrating the Vikings. How are they doing this?
They're stacking the box. They're focusing on stopping this Valparaiso running back and slowing down Tommy Berta as much as you possibly can. And really, they've kept him in check. Last time we talked, Valpo was driving, but then Valpo made some mistakes, some penalties, pushed the drive back, set him up for a 3rd and 23. That's obviously not a great situation for any offense, and Andrean is doing a great job on early downs, not letting Valparaiso pick up chunks of yards and forcing Valpo, I think, to go to the air more than they would like. They're doing a great job stacking that box, really slowing down this Valparaiso running game.
Nathan, you were talking about the Valpo quarterback. Has he not been able to, or is he getting a lot of pressure, so he's not able to connect on some of those passes?
Yeah, he's getting some pressure early in those pockets. Those pockets are collapsing pretty early. He's not really been able to set his feet and throw. He has a couple times. He's made some nice passes when he's had time, but those opportunities have been few and far between.
Very interesting. You've got a really great game brewing here, Nathan. One more time, what is that halftime score?
We are at the half. It is Andrean 21, Valparaiso 7.
All right, thank you much. That is Nathan Laird with an update from the Andrean at Valpo tilt, where Andrean leads 21-7 at halftime. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. After this break, we have an update from Mireille Fernandez with an update from Arizona College Prep and Crown Point.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Lesky and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at leskyandnondorf.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
Join us at the Building Blocks Breakfast, Fueling the Future, on September 25th at the Dean and Barbara White Community Center in Maryville. Support an initiative dedicated to early childhood development and community empowerment. Your participation helps provide vital resources for families and ensures a brighter future for our children. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/building blocks to learn more and become a sponsor.
As your Northwest Indiana public broadcasting station, Lakeshore Public Media's goal is to serve you with a broadcast that engages, excites, and inspires. Help your local station reach that goal better by sharing your thoughts. Whether you tune in occasionally or have made us part of your daily routine, your opinions matter. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback to help us build a stronger community station. lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback.
Jade was overcome with joy when she delivered her baby girl.
I remember looking at her and thinking, like, how tiny and precious.
But because she was taking a prescription to treat addiction, Child Protective Services got involved.
You have no humanity if you're going to take someone's baby.
Taken at birth on the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We've got Mireille Hernandez with an update from Crown Point hosting Arizona College Prep. Mireille, what's going on?
Well, Crown Point is up 21-0 against Arizona College Prep. It looks like they're starting to pull away in this one, and it's being led by their quarterback, Noah Ehrlich, who has a rushing touchdown already and a passing touchdown, and he's looking very impressive out there. His elusiveness and evading pressure in the pocket is the key to this game, and he's looking great.
So is this really the Ehrlich show, or is it more a passing or running? How is Crown Point dominating this game?
Well, honestly, Coach Bazia has a master game plan here because he is not only passing the ball, but he's doing it off of play action after giving Larry Ellison the ball. Obviously, Larry Ellison has 2 long touchdowns against Crown Point, and they're already pretty anxious to, of course, stuff the run against them. So it has the linebackers a little bit on their toes, and that allows Coach Bazia to call up a play action pass, which then leaves the guy wide open.
Mireille, can Arizona just not penetrate that Crown Point defense?
Well, on top of that, yeah, they're having a really hard time running the ball. They're having a little bit better time passing it. But we did see Mark Gonzalez, their leading defensive end, go down, but I believe he's back in the game. But that defense did not slow down despite losing probably their best player. Guys like Colin Manderson stepped up big. Logan Rodriguez stepped up big. Logan Rodriguez has really impressed me because he's filling the gap very well. He's doing his assignment amazingly.
So are these the normal folks that are stepping up, or is there any surprising names for you in this game so far?
I mean, I thought this was going to be a lot closer of a game. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I mean, we don't know too much about this Arizona team, but we knew that they had some talent. We knew that they had some really good players. I did not expect it to be this bad of a game for Arizona Prep so far.
So, Mireille, what do you see are keys to the second half here? Does Crown Point continue to roll, or does Arizona College Prep make a game out of this?
I would not be surprised if Arizona scored maybe 14 points. You know, you got to keep in mind that this is their head coach's first head coaching gig, and it's against the head coach, Bazia, that not only did he play for, but he was assistant coach under Coach Bazia at Homewood Flossmoor and Portage. And it's really showing because Coach Bazia has that experience on what to do in certain game situations, and Arizona College Prep, their head coach is looking a little lost. I think they're going to score because they are driving down the field. They're just not getting much after a handful of plays. And Crown Point's defense is certainly capitalizing on every little mistake that Arizona College Prep is doing.
All right, thank you much, Mireille. One more time, what is that halftime score?
It's 28-0 here in Crown Point.
All right, thank you much. That is Mireille Fernandez with an update from the Crown Point hosting Arizona College Prep. Thank you, Mireille. All right, we'll move on to Gary Graven with an update from Chesterton at Morton with the halftime update. Gary, what's going on?
First First of all, how about that Mireille, man? First time with us. He sounds like an old pro. Another one of Mr. Gloff's great Crown Point students.
Mireille is killing it. You should see all the thumbs up here backstage and in between the seat. You know, my guys over there. You know, hey, Mireille, you're killing it. Keep up the good work, young man.
Very impressive. His football knowledge too, very evident. We've reached the half here at Zlotnick Field. It is 21-9 Chesterton at the half. Again, Chesterton had a little bit of a drive toward the end of the half, but their own penalties cost them a chance to score. So we have reached the half in a lot of mistakes in the first half. Chesterton had quite a few penalties, too. So both teams need to clean stuff up. But 21-9, and I would think Morton should feel a little lucky that they're still in this game.
So it's a 2-score game, but what you're trying to allude to is that it maybe should be an even wider differential?
Based on the Morton mistakes, especially right out of the gate, again, if our listeners weren't with us, they fumbled on the Chesterton 1-yard line. They had another fumble off of a kick. They had a bad snap. They've really had a rough time here going. So I think the key there for Morton is to not give away the turnovers. When we look here at Chesterton, again, it was a great first half for Brady McCormick. Couple of touchdowns running, one throwing. And again, I think we know this Chesterton team is nothing fancy. It's meat and potatoes. And we're going to see, I think, more of that from them. Is Morton going to be able to handle these tough runners from Chesterton, get them on the ground, get some 3-and-outs, and get down the field without making mistakes? I think that's really the key here as we head toward the second half.
Now, Gary, it's still early in the season. You're seeing, normally you see mistakes here early the first couple games, but like we've been saying all day, you see that growth from a team from week 1 to week 2. It's the biggest jump all season. Are you a little bit concerned with some of these Morton mistakes that are still popping up here in week 2?
Yes, I would think the Governors should be concerned here. I think they have a lot of talent on this team, but we know, first of all, they're in a sectional that contains Merrillville. Right. So when we're talking about getting through 9 weeks and going into a 4-team sectional where you know Maryville is one of those 3 teams you can draw, you will not have a chance if you're going to be turning the ball over against Merrillville. So Morton has a lot of work to do to clean this up. We know they have players. They have players that have been recruited at Division I universities. But to get this team to play clean, to play without mistakes, I think is the goal that Coach Mishler has to have in place if they really plan to make any noise in that sectional.
Yes, sir. You know, it's very interesting, and you know, as a coach, just like you were, Gary, and just like you, Wayne, how do you kind of coax a team along and get them to kind of sharpen their edge here, you know, as the season progresses?
Well, you definitely have to, you know, get some improvement in that second half. You can't have turnovers no matter what level that you're at, high school, college, or pros, and expect to win ball games. And in the past, Morton has had that problem. So they need to get that fixed early. Mm-hmm. It's only week 2, long season left, but turnovers are a horrible nemesis to any team.
Right.
I mean, again, in this game, when you think about turning the ball over on the Chesterton 1, I mean, look what a difference that play would have made had it scored instead, and where this game would be. So, again, the repetition, again, as coaches, you know, you find every which way you can to teach players, you know, to hang on, to value the ball. I don't care what sport, if it's basketball, if it's football, it's valuing the ball, the possession of the ball means so much. So however the routine is with that, the repetition, there just needs to be more, because we know there's going to be at least one night, it seems, maybe more every year, where we're standing here, well, you guys never are, but where I'm standing in the pouring rain, and it makes it even harder. In those kind of games. We've watched Lowell upset Andrean at the end of seasons because of the bad weather, because they handle the ball better, even when it seems like they didn't have quite as much talent. So this is a key, and you can't be putting the ball on the ground if you intend to play deep into the season.
All right, Gary, one more time. What is that halftime score?
Again, 21-9, Chesterton over Morton as we're getting ready to start the third quarter. We should be getting a final from TF South here in the next few minutes, too.
All right, let us know when that pops up.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. That's Gary Graben with an update from Chesterton and Morton at half. Some big news with the Hanover Central game. We've got Kevin Driscoll on line 2. We'll send it over to Kevin. Kevin, what's going on?
Well, this one has gone final, 28-7. Hanover Central suffers their first regular season loss in September 3rd, 2021. They have called it due to lightning. Still haven't seen a drop of rain anywhere, but it is coming. As many games, as you have noted throughout the night, have been called throughout Central Indiana, and that's the case here in the north side of Indianapolis here at Bishop Chatard. Bishop Chatard got out to a quick lead on the second play from scrimmage. Defensive back Declan Hostetler jumped around on Hanover quarterback Johnny Bonner's first pass attempt, returned to 31 yards for an early score. Hanover got on the board, tied it up on a Caden Barrett 99-yard kickoff return. Made the score 7-7. That's as close as Hanover would get it. From then on, it was all Chatard. Trojan quarterback Jack Harrington throws 12 of 16 for 162 yards in the first half, 3 touchdowns. Hanover just could not compete. Did get a little traction, though, late in the second quarter. Made some adjustments. Actually found the end zone on a touchdown called back by ineligible man downfield. They went to the locker room, and that's when the lightning started. Public address announcer cleared the stadium and then just kind of kept coming. So went into the locker room, talked with Brian Parker, talking to his team. And according to Parker, he's happy. He's actually happy. It was he got a little positive momentum headed in, but that's what they're going to do. He said if it was just a half-hour drive away, maybe they'd consider playing it on a Saturday. But with being so far away, that's what they're going to call it a final. So 28-7. This one goes down as a loss, as if it was a full game.
Okay. All right, thank you, Kevin. We'll let you go here. We appreciate your updates. Drive safe on the way home.
Woohoo! Go Hawks.
All right, go Hawks. Go Big Ten. I'm a big fan of that this week. So thank you. That's Kevin Driscoll with a final for Hanover Central. Game canceled due to weather. All right, we're going to take a unique circumstance here. We're going to take a live look in at the Boone Grove South Central game, care of Jed TV and WJOB.
Second down, 4 yards to go from the 42-yard line. Clock rolling, 10:40 to play here in the third. We'll play a little backyard football this time. He goes no place, runs into a keep it again. Big Boone Grove Wolf, number 74. That's Jason Rikers. He goes no place, runs into a 6'3", 325. Big Boone Grove Wolf, number 74. That's Jason Rikers. We've called his number a couple of times tonight. 6'3", 325, making the stop.
Yeah, big man patrolling the middle, as I said earlier. I wonder how many carries now Stroud has for South Central. We're going to have to get our stat man on that.
That's you.
Well, I need to do a better job then. I'm just trying to survive up here right now, Brian.
They're down and 7. We got a penalty marker against South Central, I believe.
We don't have a stat man, huh?
No.
Okay. A little bit different broadcast than you're going to experience tomorrow, I'm going to guess.
So the penalty goes against South Central. Third down and 12 pushes it back to the 50-yard line. Stroud takes it on a 3-step drop, flush from the pocket, pressure from the backside. He is popped.
Oh, boy.
Gets it off, but the pass is caught. Down to about the 37-yard line. Nice catch that time. Grabbed there by 24, of course, for South Central. That's Brad Baczynski. We've called his name a couple of times tonight, and does a nice job right here, Brett.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what exactly happened there. That looked to be coming from all the way across the field. Wide receiver from the near sideline comes all the way across the field on a post route, and it looks like Stroud just kind of threw it up for a prayer, found a man. Either way, it's going to be a first down for South Central.
South Central takes it into Boone Grove territory down to the 38-yard line as we approach the 9-minute mark left here in the third quarter. Stroud.
Midline again.
He'll take it himself. Gain of maybe 4, depending on the spot. Wrapped up by the middle of that Boone Grove defense.
Yeah, once again, quarterback got the jet motion coming across. Quarterback's going to read a defensive lineman and decide whether to give it to the jet or take it himself. And once again, Stroud takes it himself.
Second down and 8. Eight and a half to play here in the third. Boone Grove showing a little pressure. Somebody jumped up front. I think it's against South Central, judging by the way Clayton Strow is busting somebody's chops.
All right, that was a live look in from the Boone Grove and South Central game, with Boone Grove leading 16-7. Right now we've got Mireille Fernandez with an update from our Crown Point hosting Arizona College Prep. Mireille, what's going on?
Hey, guys. So Arizona College Prep just got their first touchdown of the game by their junior quarterback, Evan Heinrich. He ran it in 6 yards. He stepped up in the pocket, evaded Josh Miller, Crown Point's defensive end, and stepped up, and he ran it for the touchdown. And I do want to add that the guy had 14 carries and 118 yards last season, so I'm not surprised he got a rushing touchdown here.
Very interesting. So how long was that drive?
It was a pretty long drive there. It lasted about 4 minutes for Arizona Prep, and they were just passing the ball all over Crown Point. Their DBs couldn't keep up with their receivers.
So do you think this is a momentum boost? Does this change the dynamic of the game, or does Crown Point just need an answer here and kind of shut up the momentum?
Well, we see what Coach Granger can do there, the defensive coordinator for Crown Point, because their top two corners, DBs, Andy Parent and Jake Garcia, were just getting basically beaten by Ashton Sanchez, their number one guy who had 534 yards last year, and he's just tearing them up here in the second half. They might have found something in this connection between Heinrich and Sanchez.
Very interesting, very interesting. So what does Crown Point need to do to kind of wrestle this momentum back?
Well, they got to do what they've been doing all game. There's a reason they're up by 21 points now, and I think they got to continue to get Noah Ehrlich on the move in the pocket and just continue to run the ball. They're having a great mix here of run and pass, and like I said at the halftime show with you guys, it's a perfect blend, because if you run the play action, you keep the linebackers on their toes, and they think it's a run. You find someone deep like Trevor Gibbs and some other people like Jacob Soley.
So right now, Mireille, what is the score and time?
28-7, and there appears to be.
You know what that means?
They have something on the jumbotron here. Time is 8:54 left in the third.
In the third, okay. Yeah, that's the beautiful scoreboard that Crown Point has. You know, sometimes technology doesn't give you all the information you need right at the same time.
They had a video of someone dancing, because I guess we got a first down.
So were the dance moves at least good?
No, they were not.
Okay. So if we have you in studio, we will have you reenact those dance moves. That'll be some point here in the next coming weeks.
Of course I will, for you guys.
All right, I love it. All right, one more time, Mireille. What is the time and score update, please?
It's 28-7 with 8:48 left in the third.
All right, thank you much. Very good. We appreciate all your excellent updates. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Thank you, guys.
All right, that was Mireille Fernandez with an update. This is his first time on our broadcast, folks. You got to keep that in mind. This young man is really bringing it, so very impressed with him. He's got a bright future in this business. So a lot of good action so far. It appears that Arizona College Prep is on the scoreboard against Crown Point, but Crown Point's still looking tough. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM. The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Lesky and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at leskyandnondorf.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch, or learn more at purduefed.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Join us at the Building Blocks Breakfast, Fueling the Future, on September 25th at the Dean and Barbara White Community Center in Maryville. Support an initiative dedicated to early childhood development and community empowerment. Your participation helps provide vital resources for families and ensures a brighter future for our children. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/buildingblocks to learn more and become a sponsor.
As your Northwest Indiana public broadcasting station, Lakeshore Public Media's goal is to serve you with a broadcast that engages, excites, and inspires. Help your local station reach that goal better by sharing your thoughts. Whether you tune in occasionally or have made us part of your daily routine, your opinions matter. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback to help us build a stronger community station. lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback.
Most people, when they see a tornado, they quickly go the other way. On the next Snap Judgment, we're not most people. Strap in tight, batten down the hatches, because we're headed directly into the Monsters Maw, a Snap Judgment blockbuster, The Black Wind. Snap Judgment. Do not miss it.
Tune in Saturday morning at 10 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
Before they were arrested, Pussy Riot's Nadia Tolokonikva remembers what they sang.
Our last performance before being thrown to jail was Virgin Mary, please become a feminist. Virgin Mary, please get rid of Putin.
Ideas about being a loudmouth. That's next time on the TED Radio Hour from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday morning at 11 here on Lakeshore Public Media.
Elaine Pagels was a teenager when one of her best friends died.
And I went back to my evangelical church, and people said, "Was he a Christian?" And I said, "Well, no, he was Jewish." And they said, "Well, then he's in hell."
Pagels left that church, but years later, she discovered the radical, ecstatic language of the secret Gospels. We'll have her story next time on To the Best of Our Knowledge from PRX.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM.
This summer was a political whirlwind. It began right after Memorial Day when former President Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felonies. And then after that came Biden's bad debate, an assassination attempt, childless cat ladies in Mountain Dew, Biden dropping out, Kamala stepping in, coconuts, brat, and a lot of people calling each other weird. Yep, it was a lot. We look back at one truly unbelievable summer on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Tune in at 4 o'clock for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
Steve Schmidt with an update with our Kankakee Valley at Wheeler, our game of the week. Steve, what's going on?
Hey guys, second half underway here. Wheeler got the ball to open the second half. Got the ball to midfield, but Kankakee Valley on 4th and 1 was able to hold the running back Ortiz behind the first down marker, took over at the 50. First play, Marco Castro ran the ball down into the 6-yard line for the Cougars. Next play, Nolan Koistra, first time we said his name today, converted on the 6-yard score. Extra point was good. 28-21, KV has the lead here in the second half.
So it looks like Kankakee Valley has begun to kind of impose their will on Wheeler. What is the thought process, do you think, of Wheeler going for it at midfield?
I think it's good. They've shown at times, a couple times earlier today on 4th and medium distance, that they've at least brought the offense out there to start, kind of get the defense a look. But I mean, it's 4th and 1 at midfield. It's a little too far for a punt, or a little too far for a field goal, obviously. And it's a little too short for a punt in some books. So I think going for it there was the right call. They had the right play design. It was just the KV interior defense got through the line of scrimmage before the offensive line got off their block.
Steve, what is the biggest adjustment you've seen KV make?
They're just playing with a little more energy right now. Early on, they played sluggish. Kennedy actually made a comment on the sideline, like, we didn't even get off the bus in the middle of that first half. And since then, they've really started to turn the corner. And here, they're playing fundamentally sound, a lot more energy, and they show that they want it more. The players on the sideline are saying that they don't want it more than we do. So,
How is Wheeler responding to KV retaking the lead?
They're still playing hard. They're flying all over the field still. I think a little bit of attrition starting to set in because it looks like they have a lot of guys playing both sides of the ball. So it looks like to me that they're getting a little bit tired out there. But in a one-score game, anything can go.
Absolutely. Well, all right, Steve, it looks like you've got an exciting one here still, a one-score game. What do you see as the key for the rest of this game?
Oh, right there's the ball on the ground as the quarterback Arroyo fumbles the snap, waiting for the call here. It looks like Wheeler might have recovered it, waiting for the official signal here. And Wheeler has recovered.
Oh, wow.
So there it is. The first actual turnover of the game is secured here, guys, right at midfield. So the Bearcats are going to take over. That's a big miscue by KB, who's playing a pretty flawless second half to this point. But we'll see how the Wheeler offense now will respond.
You mentioned in your last segment that potentially the first turnover of the game could be what swings it. Wayne, when there's a huge play like this, how do you recover from it like Kankakee Valley would have to here?
Well, you've got to make sure you stop Wheeler first.
Right.
That's the key. If Wheeler scores here and ties it again, it's one of those old scenarios. If you let them stay in the ball game in the fourth quarter, anything can happen.
Absolutely, absolutely. So Steve, you got an exciting one. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
With 3:31 to go in the third quarter, Kankakee Valley leads Wheeler 28-21.
All right, thank you much, Steve. That is Steve Schmidt with an update from our game of the week, Kankakee Valley versus Wheeler, where KV leads 28-21. All right, we're going to go back to Crown Point with Mireille Fernandez with an update from the Crown Point hosting Arizona College prep game. Mireille, what's going on?
Well, it didn't take long for Crown Point to respond against Arizona College prep because a long drive by Larry Ellison, led by Larry Ellison, and then finally when we got to first and goal to go, touchdown, Noah Ehrlich to Jaden Rodriguez. Great drive there, quick but excruciatingly long for the defense.
Oh, yeah. Well put there. Well put. So it seems like Crown Point just they absorbed the punch in the mouth from Arizona College Prep, and then they punched back. What is the sideline demeanor for Arizona College Prep right now?
Well, I'm going to be honest. Their heads are down. They're bobbing back and forth. They're going from side to side, and those coaches, they don't look happy to say the least.
Which I don't blame them, Coach. If you were coaching Arizona College Prep right now, you've made this big trip. You're kind of getting beaten on a little bit. How do you lift their spirits?
Well, I'll tell you. First of all, it starts at halftime.
Right.
The coaches need to make some adjustments, and obviously, Arizona needs to make more than just some.
Right.
You got to find a way to take the ball away from Ellison and Ehrlich and let somebody else try to beat you. And it's harder in football than it is basketball.
Right. In basketball, you can get those streaks together that the scoring runs and different things. In football, that requires a lot of defensive stops, some turnovers and different things. So Mireille, if you're Arizona College Prep, how are you getting back in this game?
Well, obviously, I think it starts with a little bit of the play calling. I don't want to blame their coach, but I see a lot of long developing plays, and Crown Point's defensive line is just too good to have a play develop downfield because you're going to get your quarterback hurt, you're going to get him sacked, you might even get him hurt, and that's going to make some bad throws there. I think what they just did right now, it's fourth down. They just heaved it deep on a long developing play, and it was incomplete. I think they need to get shorter completions and let your fast, talented receivers make a move. I mean, we see Crown Point do that with Ellison all the time. It's a dump off, and he turns a negative 2-yard throw into a 65-yard touchdown. They have to do something like that.
So, Mireille, you said it was fourth down currently. What's the distance here?
So they just failed to convert on fourth down, and Crown Point is going to take over at about the 35-yard line, their own 35-yard line.
Their own 35-yard line. Okay, so Crown Point's back in business again. Do you figure? So wait, it's 35-7 right now. So if Crown Point scores again, the Indiana State rule says that's a running clock. Was that something you were expecting in this game?
I thought Crown Point was going to win by about 21 points. I didn't think the backups would get any playing time. I mean, they still have the starters in right now.
Sure.
I was not expecting a running clock. I think they need 12 more points. Isn't it 40 points over the opponent?
It's 30. It's 35. 35 points.
35,
yes,
okay,
sir.
yes, 35. So they're one score away. I was not expecting this, and I think it just came down to a little bit of the fundamentals, a little bit of smarter play calling for Arizona Prep. Like I said, they need to do a little bit more shorter passes. They had longer developing routes and longer developing play-action routes, and the run game just wasn't going. They kept going back to it. They wanted to establish it, but they just couldn't.
All right, fair enough, Mireille. One more time, what is that score and time update?
With 3:45 left in the third quarter, we're sitting at 35 Crown Point, and Arizona Prep at 7.
All right, thank you much. That is Mireille Fernandez with an update. Thank you for your great contributions tonight. Give us a call as this game progresses.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you much. Mireille Fernandez, an update with Crown Point leading 35-7 over Arizona College Prep. Coach, how surprised are you that Crown Point is laying it on an elite team from Arizona?
Well, I'm surprised. Now, again, Arizona College has a freshman coach. This is his first time, as a head coach. So that plays into it a little bit. But the problem for Arizona right now is when you get behind to this type of a team, it's going to be really, really hard to get back in the ballgame.
It really is, especially considering that, as Mireille pointed out, they're just heaving the ball long. And, you can be a really great high school quarterback, and you're going to hit maybe, 40% of your passes over 30 yards. But the bottom line is, if you shorten that down, then you can get those underneath passes, those underneath routes, and chip away at this yardage. But soon enough, that clock's going to run out. And if I'm Crown Point, I'm bringing those safeties a little bit back. I'm not saying play prevent defense. I'm against prevent defense. In my opinion, prevent defense prevents you from winning.
Right.
But on the whole, you bring those safeties back and make sure that everything has to be underneath you and everything has to be towards the center of the field. Then the clock keeps running.
Right.
All right. We have an update from Dr. Reed Amons with Maryville game. Maryville at Hobart. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
And speaking of keeping the clock running, on Maryville's last possession, backup running back Trey Wilburn runs one in from just a yard out. The extra point is good. That puts Maryville up 36-0. So that gives us the running clock for the duration of the game. So even on this incomplete pass by Hobart, the clock continues to run with 20 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Maryville up on top. And also wanted to mention, Wayne had asked about the running back at Hobart. We've seen a lot of really exclusively Max Pickett, number 6 for Hobart in the backfield, at least here in the second half.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Wayne. But we just ended the third quarter here with the running clock. Maryville's on top 36-0 here entering the getting ready to start the fourth quarter. Also, to let you guys know, I did speak with Coach Cease. He is happy to be on air for the T-Dub coaches conversation here at the end of the night. So maybe once we go final tonight, we'll give you a call and get Coach Cease on the line as well.
I think that's a great idea. We're looking forward to it.
Reed, one more question. This is the second week in a row that Hobart has not scored a lot of points. I think they only had 7 last week. That doesn't bode well for them. Are they just not very big on the offensive line?
Well, Wayne, I like to think of it as that it is the second consecutive week that Maryville has not given up a point.
Oh.
So two consecutive shutouts for the Pirates up to this point, pending a score here in the fourth quarter. Hobart does have the ball, but facing a 4th and 13 from their own 31. So we're looking at possibly getting the ball back over to the Pirates. But actually, they're not bad sized on the offensive line. It's just that this Maryville defense has been so good, especially against the run. And you guys were talking about in the pregame is that if you have some linemen up front and you can run the ball in high school, that's what coaches want to do.
Yep.
They don't want to exclusively rely on the pass. They want to be able to control the ball, control the line of scrimmage. It's a much safer play to hand the ball off than it is to throw the ball downfield. And when you can get positive yardage and face a 3rd and 1 versus a 3rd and 12 every drive, that's so much easier to handle, and we've seen a lot of long distance yardage needed to gain for the Brickies tonight. a lot of 2nd and 12s, 3rd and 15s, and when you're not able to run the ball early, it really hampers your offense. And we've seen a lot of that tonight.
All right, thank you much, Dr. Reed. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
We have 11 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter, running clock, so it should be just about 11 minutes here till the end of the game, barring a injury or another score. But right now, Maryville's on top, 36-0 over Hobart, with just under 11 minutes to go.
All right, thank you much. That is Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Maryville and Hobart. And before we hit to break, we're going to go ahead and take Nathan Laird with an update from Andrean and Valpo. Nathan, are you there? Nathan, can you hear us?
Yes, sorry about that.
No, that's okay. What's going on out there in Valpo?
Andrean got the ball starting the second half, took the ball with a big kick return into Valpo territory, but the drive stalled. Valpo took over on their own 20-yard line, and mainly on the ground, they went 80 yards for the score. Thomas Berta from 8 yards out found the end zone. 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. It's Andrean 21, Valpo 14.
All right, so Valpo took a little bit of the initiative here. What was the key to that drive? Was it the blocking up front? Was it the?
It started up front for Valpo. That offensive line, they must have got a talking to from Coach Marshall at the half because none of the Valpo runners were getting touched until they were 2, 3, 4 yards downfield. They were picking up big chunks on the ground. Even quarterback Kellen Hosick was getting involved a little bit with his legs. He only threw one time on that drive, but it was a nifty play where he ran to the outside, drew the defensive back in, and threw it right over the top, right at the line of scrimmage. That was their only pass play on the drive. It was really all on the ground where that offensive line controlled the game and controlled that drive.
All right, so what would be a successful drive here for Andrean?
Well, Andrean's got to answer. Momentum's all on Valpo's side right now. You know, Andrean scored that touchdown late in the first half to go up 21-0. Valpo returns the ensuing kickoff to make it 21-7. Now it's just a one-score game where it looked like Andrean, they had a 21-point lead for about 10 seconds. Right. So momentum is creeping to that other side of the field here at Viking Field. So Andrean's got to have a big drive here to answer it back.
All right, thank you much, Nathan. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
It is Andrean 21, Valpo 14, 5 minutes even to go in the third.
Oh, boy, you're going to have a fun one coming down to the wire there, so looking forward to hearing more from you.
I have a feeling I'll be calling you guys several times for the night.
I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it, Nathan. I appreciate that. So,
Thanks,
all right, thank you much. Thank you, Nathan, with an update from Andrean of Valpo, 21-0 with 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Lesky and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at leskyandnondorf.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
Hi, I'm Dee Dotson, host of Regionally Speaking here at Lakeshore Public Media. As Northwest Indiana's public broadcasting station, our goal is to serve you with programming that informs and inspires. You can play a pivotal role in helping us achieve that goal by taking our 89.1 FM survey. Whether you tune in occasionally or have made us a part of your daily routine, your opinions matter. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback to help us build a stronger station for your community.
Kickstart your day at the Building Blocks Breakfast, Fueling the Future, on September 25th at the Dean and Barbara White Community Center in Maryville. Enjoy a complimentary meal, connect with local resources, and hear from the experts on supporting early childhood development. Let's unite to give our children the best start in life. More details are at lakeshorepublicmedia.org/buildingblocks.
This is Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, WLPR FM, Lowell. Your home for local news, traffic, weather, sports, and more. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org. Now, back to the action here on Game Night.
All right, Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. Hey, Wayne, how was your dinner tonight?
Oh, it was outstanding, and we want to thank Palermo's for taking care of Game Night crew this evening. Palermo's is the real Chicago pizza, serving the community since 1961. You can visit Palermo's of 63 Road.
Yeah, 63rd Street. Yeah, there we go.
Him too. Yeah. At 2893 East 81st in Maryville/Hobart, between Home Depot and PetSmart. But I'll tell you, it is good pizza. If you need a pizza tomorrow, Friday night, or Saturday night, pizza night,
Absolutely.
Palermo's is the place
That's
to
a good
go.
place to go. It kept me well fed here.
Yes.
And, you know, I am a sucker for pizza, and Palermo's really brought it today. So thank you for Palermo's of 63rd Street. All right, we're going to get back into the action here. We've got an update from Gary Graben with Chesterton and Morton. Gary, what's going on?
Couple of things. Let's clean up the Hammond Central TF South game. We have a final there. It ended up 26-7 TF South over Hammond Central.
Wow, okay.
The bright spots for Hammond Central, Davian Terry, the running back, had 158 yards rushing. Last week against South Bend, Washington, he had 165. So 2 good weeks for him, but unfortunately for Hammond Central, not able to get much going offensively in the scoring department.
So that was 26-7?
I'm sorry?
26-7, you said?
26-7.
Okay, thank you.
Switching back here to Hammond, Chesterton got the ball here to start the second half, and they had a 7-minute and 30-second drive that on a 4th and 2 play, McCormick was able to run 10 yards for the touchdown. The extra point was good, 28-9 Chesterton with 4:30 to go here in the third quarter, and just really, really a heartbreaking drive here for Morton, because I think they felt they had gained a little offensive momentum at the end of the half, but Chesterton took it all away here with this very time-consuming, mostly run-oriented, maybe one pass in the drive, but really incredible. McCormick and Guevara were the workhorses on this drive. There weren't any big plays, just taking it right down the field, converting 3rd down and 4th downs as they marched down into Governor territory.
Gary, has McCormick scored then 4 touchdowns?
He's run 3 and thrown 1.
Okay.
I believe after the last one, he said Chuck DeMoss Player of the Week, but I couldn't tell if he really said that or not. but he's making a bid for it here with his 3 running, and I'll tell you, the chess match is interesting here because on like a 3rd and 8 play where Chesterton spreads it out, they go with 4 wide receivers and no tight ends, and so Morton's backing off of that, but then McCormick just keeps the ball and runs for the first down. Wow. So interesting in the chess match here that Chesterton, to use the cliche, is taking what they're given in this setting.
Wow.
I love a good cliche, Gary. You know that by now.
Well, I know we just have to avoid math.
Math is not my strong suit and never has been. All right, Gary.
I would say this is now the Governors are really up against the wall here.
What does Morton need to do to get back?
Well, now they're going to have to. They just had a nice pass play here into Chesterton territory, but they're going to have to move a little quicker now because Chesterton runs the ball, so that clock moves a lot when they have it on offense. I would say if Morton's going to have any chance, they need to get a turnover somewhere in this game. They need to get a short field and get a quicker score. So we'll see what happens. Morton's doing a little better offensively, but stopping this Chesterton ground game has just been very difficult tonight for the Governors.
Hey, being multiple scores down is never a good position to be in any sport.
No, and when you're chasing a running team who can keep that clock moving, very difficult. So this is a tall challenge here for Morton. I will recall being here 53 weeks ago when they were down to Portage in week 1 last year, and somehow with a bunch of odd plays that are sometimes a little hard to believe, they came back and beat Portage in that game, so they need a similar type end to this game.
Right.
Because it's not going to happen without some help.
Yeah, Gary, just an interesting side note, as we're talking about this game, we are doing a live look-in at the JED TV and WJOB feeds of this, and it seems like right now they're letting that clock run, and it's getting down to it.
Well, again, this is the Chesterton game plan is to run. I mean, I will boldly predict that as the Duneland Conference starts next week, any game Chesterton falls behind 2 scores, they're going to be in trouble because they are not made to be that kind of team. They're a ground and pound team, and so they need to get the lead. They need to milk the clock. That's the success key, I think, for the Trojans this season.
Yeah, it very well could be, and keeping this in mind that if you control the clock, you may not be down by multiple scores because you're in control of everything. If you control the flow of the game, you control the scoring.
Yeah.
Well, and for those who've been around region football long enough, I mean, we've had in the Russ Radke years at Griffith, there were times that possessions would last an entire quarter.
Yeah, right,
And
absolutely.
I will tell you, this last drive that lasted 7.5 minutes started on their own 35, so it's not like they were on their own 5. It was just a 65-yard drive, but they took 7.5 minutes off the clock.
Snap the ball with 5 seconds left on the play clock. You're just chewing.
Staying in bounds, and everything just keeps moving. And again, it's mostly McCormick, with that, and we've talked about the assistance he's getting in the running game from Gaudia, but that's really, it's a ground game that's really been in command. And I will tell you that they hit holes well, the line opens well. We haven't talked about the big guys much tonight, but they open holes. And Govea actually has really a nice ability to kind of get to the line and then cut to the outside.
Right.
It's a very, I don't know if you saw my hand gesture there. It was
I missed
pretty. That he cuts to the outside and really can make plays that are 2-yard gains into 6 or 7-yard gains.
And it really goes to tell you how well coached Chesterton is. There's a whole different skill set in running that 4-minute offense. The casual football fan is very familiar with the 2-minute offense. You've got 2 minutes or less in the game. You got to get out of bounds. You got to make sure that you are getting your first downs and calling timeouts to save the clock. A 4-minute offense is the exact opposite. You want to chew 4 minutes off the clock and score when you can. That's exactly what Chesterton's been doing.
Absolutely. And again, I'll be surprised if we see another Chesterton pass tonight. Because
fair enough.
I think even if Morton scores, they're just going to try to grind and grind and grind here because we are down now under 2 minutes to play in the third quarter. Morton is at the Chesterton 31. But, again, there's no answer here when a team doesn't even have to put the ball in the air and they can control the tempo.
All right, thank you much, Gary. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Again, we've reached 28-9, and the clock is rolling at 1:20 to go here in the third quarter.
All right, thank you much, Gary. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
You got it.
All right, thank you much. That was Gary Graben with an update from Chesterton and Morton. We're going to go from Hammond to Valparaiso with an update from Nathan Laird with Andrean at Valpo. A lot happening here, Nathan. What's going on?
Well, you can't tell me momentum's not a thing, and right now it's wearing the green of Valparaiso. After an Andrean punt, Valpo marched right down the field. A quick drive punctuated by a 20-plus yard touchdown run from Tommy Bird. It ties things at 21 with 1:43 to go in the third quarter. This Valparaiso offensive line has really taken over.
So, Nathan, is it Valpo just kind of pounding the rock here?
Yeah, this last drive, they didn't even attempt to throw it. It was all on the ground. They're dominating the line of scrimmage right now. Andrean offensively, the bad snap really set their last drive back. Lost 11 yards on the first play from scrimmage, and it looks like on this drive, the 59ers are going to start with a penalty here. So Andrean making some uncharacteristic mistakes here in this second half. Those things they avoided in that first half when they took a 21-7 lead. They're now shooting themselves in the foot. That's a holding call right here, pushing them back 10 yards. So 2 straight drives with a negative play on first down.
I really wonder, Nathan, whether the inexperience of Andrean is playing a role here, especially in the second half. You're on the road at Valpo. As you said, Valpo has the momentum right now. What can Andrean do to stop this?
Well, right now, it's keeping their own defense off the field. Sustain a drive here. Obviously, you want to get points. But if you can choose some time off the clock, there's under a minute and a half to go in the third quarter. Take this to the fourth quarter. Give your defense a rest. You got a handful of guys playing both ways, but these defensive guys are tired. They've been getting beat up here in the second half. Offensively, they have to put a drive together here. Really take that momentum away from Valpo, but more importantly, give their teammates a rest on the sideline because they've been out of the field a lot this second half.
So, Nathan, you mentioned earlier you were an offensive lineman. And as someone who played on my end, I played both offense and defensive line. If a team is just running it down your throat, it is demoralizing as a team. What is the body language right now for the 59ers?
It's gotten quiet over on these sidelines here. And personal foul against Valpo is going to wake things up a little bit on the Andrean sidelines. But it's a completely opposite demeanor on the sidelines from the first half. The student section, they're up, but they're not as loud as they were. The sidelines, they're all into the game, not as loud and cheering every single play as they were.
Gotcha.
So the sidelines got to pick things up, cheer on their team, because you're right. It's demoralizing when a team's beating you in the trenches. And that's exactly what Valpo's doing in the second half. All
right, thank you, Nathan. One more time, what is that scoring time update, please?
With 1:03 to go in the third quarter, Andrean and Valpo are tied at 21. Andrean with the ball near midfield.
All right, thank you very much. That's Nathan Laird with an update from Andrean and Valparaiso. All right, we're going to go from Valparaiso. We're going to go to Crown Point with an update from Mireille Fernandez with the Crown Point hosting Arizona College Prep. Mireille, what's going on?
Well, we just saw Tommy Guadagno run it in for a touchdown and put the proverbial nail in the coffin because now Crown Point is up 42-7 with 10:05 left in the fourth quarter.
All right, Mireille. So it seems like Crown Point has put this game away. What has been the most impressive thing to you tonight?
I think it's been the ability for the offensive line as a group to recover. I played on the offensive line. I know how it is in the trenches. It is stressful. It is tiring. Your legs are hurting. Your head is pounding. And the fact that the Crown Point offensive line started off a little bit rough, but then later on in the game, they look like the group of the game. It's been really impressive to me to see that evolution of mental stability and strength to just get through that defensive line for ACP.
All right, thank you much, Mireille. We're gonna, hear more from you later. Do us a favor, give us a call when this game goes final.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you much. That's Mireille Fernandez with an update from Crown Point and Arizona College Prep. Crown Point leads 42-7. All right, we are going to run to Steve Schmidt with an update from our game of the week, Kankakee Valley at Wheeler. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Last time I left you, there was a turnover at midfield by KV. Wheeler recovered on that drive. They were driving down the field, got in within the 10-yard line. Then, on 4th and 2, Wheeler decides to go for it, throws a pass to the end zone. It was intercepted. KV then marches down the field, then ends up on midfield having to put the ball away. Wheeler goes the ball back again. Goes for it on 4th and 3, and the pass was incomplete. KV takes over, touchdown, Cougars 35-21 in this one.
All right, Cougars 35-21. Steve, we have a little bit of connection issues. Not sure if we're losing reception on you or not. Can you do us a favor and call us back once this game goes final?
Will do.
All right, thank you much. It was Steve Schmidt with an update from Kankakee Valley and Wheeler 35-21. All right, we're going to go off to Dr. Reed Amons with a coach for the Tommy Williams Coach's Corner. Dr. Reed, the ball is in your court.
Sounds great, guys. Maryville has gone final tonight. They're 36-0 victors over Hobart tonight. I've got Coach Brad Cease with me. He'd like to talk a little bit about the start to the season and field any kind of questions you guys have. So here's Coach Cease.
How we doing?
Hey. Hi, Coach. Hey, excellent job tonight. 2 weekends in a row here that your defense stepped up and shut out Hobart and then last week Andrean. You got to be really, really happy with their play.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you hold the opponent to zero, you're doing a lot of things right. We weren't completely satisfied last week, with our pass defense. But Andrean's got some pretty good receivers and quarterback play. But the big thing we want to do this week was get better, and we felt like we did. It's nice to get the two non-conference games over with and move on to DAC play, a big one next week.
Hey, Coach Ben Kolodzinski here. What have you learned about your team the first 2 weeks of this season?
More than anything, just I think kind of getting back in the swing of things and the pressure and the speed and just everything that is involved with the game on Friday night. We didn't feel we played all that great last week, and I genuinely feel our kids were kind of nervous and all that. So just kind of getting back in the swing of things. Even though we have a lot of experience that came back, that was 300 plus days ago that we played and,
sure.
and all that. So just getting going and we know that there's tough tasks ahead. We're excited to be 2-0, but we also know that we got to continue to get better each week.
Coach, it looks like you have like a two-headed quarterback situation. I know you played two tonight, and is that by design, or was there an injury that you split that?
Jordan Sanders started week one, and he was sick. Missed a couple days of school, missed a couple days of practice. Okay. So played DJ Bowles and played Jordan as well, and obviously that's what the season is for early in the year, to kind of figure out where we're at. That's literally the one position that we didn't have a lot of experience coming back. So just giving guys opportunities, seeing what they can do, and kind of figuring things out.
All right, Coach, you're heading into the DAC season now. Now you've been one of the more formidable opponents or forces in the DAC. What are you looking forward to as you get into the conference?
Well, it gets right into the thick of things next week playing Crown Point. They've won it the last couple of years and have done a really good job. So we know that we're going to have to go play really well and prepare really well because they've been really good over the last few years. So it's going to be at our place. Going to be an exciting environment. Don't know what they did tonight, but just the simple fact that it's a team that's won the league the last couple of years.
Right.
Obviously, we've had some success as well. Just excited to play them, and it'll be a huge test.
Well, Crown Point tonight is going to win their game 42-7 over this Arizona College Prep. So Crown Point's putting some numbers up, but your defense really looks good.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, haven't watched much of them yet, so we'll. I know they'll be good. I know they'll be physical. I know they'll be well coached. So we just got to have a good week. Still work on us, and then obviously prepare for them.
All right, thank you, Coach. Congratulations. We'll let you go celebrate with your team.
Thank you.
All right, thank you much. That was Coach Brad Cease with a tremendous victory, 36-0 over Hobart. All right, we're going to go from Hobart, Indiana to Hammond, Indiana, another H-town. We're going to go with Gary Graven with an update from Chesterton and Morton. Gary, what's going on?
On a 4th and 8, the Morton Governors, Deshaun Woods, had a 10-yard touchdown run, making the score 28-15.
Okay.
A little bit of a curious decision here. Morton elected to go for 1 and the extra point. If they had gotten 2, it would cut it to 11, make it a touchdown and a field goal game. They went for the single point and missed it.
Oh.
It's 28-15. 28-15 Chesterton with 11 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter.
The old flip book, or what is it? The spreadsheet tells you that you go for 2 in that scenario for sure.
Yeah, especially this late in the game, and as we talked about, against a team that's going to grind the clock.
Right.
Again, and then in the end, your kicker misses the point anyway. So
kind of a
little bit of interest there, but again, Morton's still showing some life here. Again, it was a good drive. Harris did some great things in the backfield, but again, it was Deshaun Woods finally breaking through tonight because he has not had a lot of running room tonight.
Very interesting. With all that talent and those playmakers there on offense, you would think they'd have a little bit more sustained offensive impact. But Chesterton's defense is that good, Gary.
They are, and they're showing it tonight. And again, I will tell you, they are running the ball down the field here against Morton. They're already inside the Morton 30. So, again, just Morton's inability to stop this Chesterton ground game. We talked about the mistakes Morton made early. This is the situation, the desperate situation Morton finds them in tonight.
All right, thank you much, Gary. One more time, what is that score and time update, please?
Again, we are at 28-15 with 10:06 left here in the fourth quarter.
All right, thank you much, Gary. We appreciate the update. Give us a call as this game progresses.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you much. That was Gary Graven with an update from Chesterton and Morton. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM, streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Lesky and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at leskyandnondorf.com. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Hi, I'm Dee Dotson, host of Regionally Speaking here at Lakeshore Public Media. As Northwest Indiana's public broadcasting station, our goal is to serve you with programming that informs and inspires. You can play a pivotal role in helping us achieve that goal by taking our 89.1 FM survey. Whether you tune in occasionally or have made us a part of your daily routine, your opinions matter. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/feedback to help us build a stronger station for your community.
Lakeshore Public Media invites you to the Building Blocks Breakfast, Fueling the Future, happening September 25th from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. at the Dean and Barbara White Community Center in Maryville. Discover groundbreaking insights into early childhood development. Network with fellow leaders and explore tools to support our youngest learners. Visit lakeshorepublicmedia.org/buildingblocks for tickets and sponsorships.
I'm Jesse Thorne.
I didn't look like a teenager when I was a teenager, really.
This week on Bullseye, John Hamm on a lifetime of looking 31.
It was like I had a heavy beard and bags under my eyes.
Plus the amazing cartoonist Linda Berry. That's on the next Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in for Bullseye, Saturday evening at 5, here on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Now, back to the action, here on Game Night.
Ben Kolodzinski back with Wayne Svetanoff. We have an interesting development with the Crown Point game. Mireille Fernandez has some news from the Crown Point versus Arizona College Prep. Mireille, what's going on?
I would love to give you guys a definite answer, but the game got canceled. We don't know. There was a weather alert at like 11 p.m. tonight with slight rain, but I don't think that's enough to stop a football game. You fight through the weather. The game, I don't know if they forfeited or what, but the game is over with 4:27 left in the fourth quarter. Crown Point wins 42-7.
You know, what might be happening is if it is a possible rainstorm coming in down south there by Crown Point, Arizona College Prep probably is leaving tonight on a plane.
Yeah, that very well could be.
And they just forfeited the game and said, that's it, we're gone.
Maybe.
Yeah, if that's the case, then I don't really know what to say. I've never seen anything like this, honestly.
Well, let's not speculate. right?
Okay.
We don't know what it is. It very well could be a weather thing because we've had a lot of weather cancellations all throughout the state of Indiana, particularly south of us.
Right.
And we don't know where Arizona College Prep is flying out of, where they're traveling to tonight. And of course, both of these teams they respect each other. Both these coaches are close friends. We don't know what the situation is. Let's just hope that everyone is safe in whatever circumstance it is. Let's hope this was not due to an injury or due to any hostility, and everyone is safe in this weather if that is the case.
When I was looking at the weather earlier in the day, they said that the storm that was coming, but it was going north by Chicago.
Yeah.
That you're looking at Chicago airports,
Yeah, that could be.
That could be a problem.
Well, very interesting, Mireille. So, not to take the microphone away from you, but what's your general feeling about this game?
Well, the game, it started off really, really competitive. I thought it was going to be a less than a 14-point game. By no means did I expect for it to be a 42-7 game here at the end of the game.
Very interesting. So you were saying that the offensive line and the line play of Crown Point really was the edge?
Absolutely. Now, early on in the game, I think it was just a shift of momentum because early on in the game, Crown Point was kind of struggling there, especially on that first drive. The offensive line, they kept whipping some kick-out blocks and stuff like that and just missing, and some quarterback hurries with Ehrlich, but, he was athletic enough to evade the pressure. But, they just kind of pulled away in this one, and the offensive line got stronger as the game goes on. And that's exactly what you need for Crown Point. They're a run-first team. That is such tenacity from Crown Point, the offensive line from Crown Point, and the running back. They had a rotation of 4 running backs tonight.
Very interesting. So they're spreading the wealth there on the offensive side of the ball.
Absolutely.
All right, Mireille, we're going to go ahead and let you go. You've done an excellent job today. I want to say you're a natural at this, so we're going to keep you around here for the next few weeks for sure. One more time, what was that final score?
42-7, Crown Point wins in the middle of the fourth quarter.
All right, thank you much. Excellent job today, Mireille. Looking forward to hearing more from you this year.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you much. That was Mireille Fernandez with an update from the final game, game being canceled in Crown Point, 42-7. All right, we'll go from Crown Point and we'll move on to Griffith, Indiana. We've got Ryan Sosnowski with an update from Griffith's 49-0 victory. Ryan, what's going on?
Hey, so the game in Munster ended 49-0. Ryan Bullion, the quarterback for Griffith, they moved Strazo. I guess he was playing mostly safety today with some receiving. He was the quarterback last year at Griffith. Ryan Bullion threw for about maybe 252 yards. His main target was Jason Quillen at receiver, and he about 196 receiving yards. He had about 3 touchdowns, and their main running threat was Jackson Lawson, who ran for about 148 yards and 2 touchdowns. Wow. Then at the end, he had some other players, run it in, like number 22. And for Munster, their main weapon was running back Sam Sudak. He had the majority of the carries. And Zion Richardson had about 8 tackles to man it down on the defensive end for Munster.
All right, thank you much, Ryan. It seems like Griffith has got the momentum behind their program here, and they keep rolling.
Yeah, if you just look at Coach Mason's track record over the years, he goes somewhere, and he usually does a pretty good job of turning it around. At Wheeler, he turned it around there. At Clark, his first job at Clark, started under 500, then got to 500. Then Wheeler, had a couple winning seasons at Wheeler. Then Andrean, as you know, he won state. Michigan City, brought them up and made them a powerhouse in Northwest Indiana football. So Coach Mason does have like I said, he has a pretty good grip on it, from his track record. Not too many penalties. And they're a little more multidimensional from last year.
Very interesting. So it seems like Griffith is really moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
Well, all right, Ryan, we thank you. One more time, what was that final?
Griffith Panthers win at Munster 49-0.
All right, thank you much. That's Ryan Sosnowski. Looking forward to hearing more from you as the season goes on. Appreciate the update.
Hey, no problem, guys. Have a good one.
All right, thank you much. That was Ryan Sosnowski. And we'll move on from Munster, Indiana, and we'll move on to Hammond, Indiana, with an update from Gary Graben with an update from Chesterton and Morton. Gary, what's going on?
Well, Chesterton didn't waste much time, back down the field again, and another McCormick touchdown from a couple yards out. The extra point, I couldn't tell if this was a deliberate or a must snap, although it looked almost deliberate, that a fake, and they scored a 2-point conversion for the extra point. So it's now 36-15 with 8 minutes to go here in this ballgame.
That's a tall order for Morton to come back from.
Yeah, I would say so. This is now a very difficult situation. Again, Chesterton has done everything. The second half could not have been scripted better for Chesterton. You know, they came out with the long drive. Morton only had about 4 plays in the third quarter. Then again, after Morton scored, they answered right back down the field. So this is really a very good second half for Chesterton. Again, sending the message. You know, it's just one of those things that you want to get off to these kind of starts. And Chesterton has been very impressive now for the first 2 weeks of this season. Are there holes or problems you can see? We've talked about, you know, the passing game, especially the deep passing game, really isn't there. But when you think about everything they do well, if they can focus on what they do well, not fall behind, not make mistakes, then they're a tougher team to handle. But again, in the Duneland, you usually have to be able to do it all. And right now, the one thing that's missing is the deep passing game.
You know, Gary, I've been impressed with Coach Peterson for years defensively. They really come to play defense. You're right. They may not be able to pass the ball as well as we'd want, but these first 2 weeks for Chesterton has proven that the Trojans could be a factor. I know Maryville and Crown Point may be a step above, but Chesterton could make their mark in the Duneland.
Well, I think in the Duneland, it's an interesting year. I think if you would have asked me 2 hours ago, I would have said there's 3 teams hovering at the top. You know, Valpo not being able to put Andrean away early is an interesting situation tonight. And then it's sort of the other 5 teams that it's hard to say which of the rest of those teams is really the best of the rest there. And Chesterton, through 2 weeks, is making a claim that they may be that team.
Right.
Now, next week they have Michigan City. So, again, we'll see what happens, you know, with a rival and Duneland Conference play starting. But, again, I think it's been a great 2 weeks for Coach Peterson and the Chesterton Trojans. And I think those who are naysayers about Chesterton have to at least acknowledge that they have come out this year with intensity and good game plans and ready to play.
Where is that game? Is it at City or Chesterton?
You know, I believe, let me check something here real quick.
Okay.
I want to say for some reason,
Michigan City is at home today, so I wonder if they're on the road next week.
It is, it's at Chesterton.
Right.
It's at Chesterton. And then they go to LaPorte in week 4. So, as we talked about, even, you know, I mean, a win against Michigan City next week would be incredible, you know, for that start. So, there should be a little buzz in the crowd next week. And, again, you know, all dreams are good here at this point of the season. So, a good start for Chesterton, and I think they've really proven. You know, when you look at teams impressive out of the gate, you guys are probably going to talk about this here toward the end, but I'm not hoping to steal your material here. But, you know, Griffith, you just talked with Ryan Sosnowski.
Right.
Griffith, 56-0 and 49-0.
Yeah,
exactly right.
Now again, those are 2 teams that are rebuilding. I saw Highland practice a couple weeks ago. They have admittedly a lot of work to do, and so does Munster. But for Griffith to be in this position, remember last year when Coach Mason basically decided I'm going to play juniors, sophomores, and freshmen. And, again, he took his lumps last year with that. But this year he's off to a good start. And another intriguing matchup next week is Hammond Central at Griffith.
Right. Yeah.
So that's going to be an interesting matchup next week. Again, not a Tier 1 game, but one of those games that we're going to have to see who answers the bell there, because obviously the competition level is going to be tougher for Griffith. But we know Hammond Central can do some things on the field. They had a little trouble tonight with TF South, but another intriguing matchup next week there.
You know, Hammond Central had a pretty nice game against South Bend, Washington last week, but very honestly, I don't know if the players that transferred into Morton hurt Central's depth, but they're going to have, you're right, Griffith can put points on the board.
Well, the Hammond Central losing the players, obviously Deshaun Woods is a very good running back, so losing him was devastating. I think the other players were starters, not necessarily of the caliber of Woods, but they did lose 4 starters that they probably were counting on back in April that are not there now. So, again, a lot of adjustment there. They were a team last week at South Bend, Washington, talking to people there, that, again, tons of penalties, the similar situation like we talked about Morton, with a lot of early season mistakes. But again, with Hammond Central, we'll have to see. Again, they play on a little bit of an odd schedule too, so we'll see as they go through the season. But again, when we think Griffith, when we think about some of these teams off to good starts, KV's off to a great start, Chesterton's off to a great start. Merrillville obviously has handled their business against their first 2 opponents. There's teams trying to send that message early.
Absolutely. You know, it's style points count for something, but I mean, not anything literal, but it does impose, like, who's the most, alpha of the team out there. Which team looks the best right now, because looks is a part of momentum, and it's very interesting to see which teams are looking very sharp here early in the season.
Well, and in the momentum aspect, as again in any sport, when a coach's team gets off to a good start, everybody starts buying in.
Right.
When teams get off to poor starts, then suddenly kids are starting to question things. They're not certain on the direction. We know parents start questioning things. So there's a lot of issues that can come out of the slow start. But it's certainly, when you have a positive start, it makes the Saturday morning, tomorrow, and then Monday's practice very exciting. Even the coaches, when they get together, either tomorrow night, Sunday night, where they have the film session, those are a lot happier when you're 2-0 than 0-2.
Right.
Write that down. That was very profound.
Right.
Absolutely. Well, all right, Gary. Let's kind of circle back to your game here. What is the score and the time here?
We're in a timeout right now. Again, we are still at the 36-15 score with under 5 minutes to play.
All right, thank you much, Gary. I'm not entirely sure if we will still be on air when that game goes final, but if it does, give us a call.
I sure will, because if it's my game, it goes right till 10 o'clock.
That's how you roll. That's how you roll.
All right, guys.
All right, Gary. Thank you much. We appreciate it. All right, that was a good update from Gary Graben with the Chesterton and Morton game, plus other ancillary information. We're going to go ahead here, and we're going to do our scoreboard update.
And now, the scoreboard update.
All right, so we have an exciting one here, which is coming down to the wire. We've got a big comeback from Valparaiso, as Andrain and Valparaiso are tied at 21 in the fourth quarter. Maryville all over Hobart, defeating the Brickies 36-0. Crown Point takes on Arizona College Prep and wins 42-7 in an abbreviated game in which it was canceled in the fourth quarter for unknown reasons at this point.
Right. Chesterton 36 and Morton 15 at the present. That is about 5 minutes from being over. Chesterton doing a great job there. I think I have Brady McCormick for 5 touchdowns tonight.
Hey,
4 running and 1 passing.
That could be our player of the week next week. We'll see. We'll have to crunch the numbers and go to our analytics desk and see what we got there.
Griffith, 49-0 over Munster. They scored a large number of points last week. Now they've come back here and put up 49. And then Portage winning at Northwood. Wow. That is wow.
All right.
Yes. So
let's hope that score holds on.
Yes.
That's exciting. A good comeback for Portage there. All right, we've got the weather abbreviated game. Bishop Chatard over Hanover Central, 28-7. The first Hanover Central regular season loss in over 2 years. LaPorte falls to Lowell, 28-6, and Grand Rapids Catholic defeats Lake Central, 17-10.
Lafayette Jeff beats Michigan City 17-13. Jeff's a good team, but Michigan City, right there, 17-13. Jeff over Michigan City. You've got Boone Grove, 30-6. Now that was a good bounce back.
Yes, it is.
That was a real good bounce back from last week. So it's Boone Grove 30 and South Central 6, and their defense for Boone really stepped up here. And then Hammond Central loses to TF South 26-7.
All right, before I cover this next slide, we do have a caller here. We've got Nathan Laird with an update from Andrean at Valpo. Nathan, what's going on?
Well, with 2:49 to go, Valpo has taken their first lead of the game.
Oh.
The second pick six of the ball game, this time for the Vikings. Senior defensive back Tice Morris picks off a Brady Ellis pass, returns it to the house, about 40 yards out for the score to give Valpo a 28-21 lead.
So was Andrean passing due to necessity here? It seems kind of like a risky play with a close, tight game.
It was third down, third and about 6.
Okay.
And this was Ellis' second interception of the second half. Valpo not able to capitalize on the last one. Both teams actually have touchdowns called back due to a legal man downfield in this fourth quarter. So that's why I haven't had an update in a while. There's been scores just all called back, and it's the Valpo defense getting on the board for the Vikings here, taking their lead. They've scored a special teams touchdown and a defensive touchdown in this one.
You said it was Tice Ellis who made the pick six?
Tice Morris. T-I-S-E Morris. Yes.
Okay.
Senior defensive back.
And who had made the first one for Valpo?
I don't want to give you the wrong name. I don't remember who it was.
Okay,
It might have been
no problem.
It might have been Julian Stokes. I think it was, if memory serves me correctly.
Okay.
I was too busy maybe throwing my phone to the ground as an Andrean administrator for that one. But yes, Morris read this play perfectly, jumped the route, and took it to the house untouched.
Fantastic. Thank
So Nathan, right now, what does Andrean need to do? There's just a couple minutes left in the game. How are they going to move up the field here?
Yeah, you got 75 yards to go, 2:42 on the clock, but you got all 3 timeouts. I don't think it's time to abandon that running game yet.
Okay.
That they found some success early in the game. Not as much in the second half, but I don't think it's time to go totally to the air yet, especially with a quarterback who's thrown two picks to start this second half. And as they say, that Brady Ellis gets sacked to start this Andrean drive. So that's been crucial for Andrean here in the second half. The first play of every drive seemingly has been a negative play, whether it's a penalty, a bad snap, now a sack. They're getting behind the sticks here in the second half, something they really avoided doing in that first half.
That's not good, Nathan. Hey, can you do us a favor here? Can you stay on hold, and we'll come back to you here in a minute or two?
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to put Nathan on hold for an exciting ending for this game. We'll go back to our scoreboard update while we're at it. All right, as mentioned, Hanover Central has lost to a rain-shortened game against Bishop Chatard. LaPorte has fallen to Lowell, 28-6, and Lake Central falls to Grand Rapids Catholic.
You got Lafayette Jeff beats Michigan City at Michigan City. Boone Grove doing a nice job, 30-6 over South Central, and Hammond Central loses to TF South 26-7.
All right, tomorrow Bishop Knoll will play Osceola Grace. East Chicago is falling to West Side 36-12. That's still in the third quarter. Our game of the week, Kankakee Valley 35 defeats Wheeler 21.
And no score from Illinois Homeschool and Lake Station. Fort Wayne 14 and South Bend Riley 7, and I still am confused why we have that score up there. That's puzzled me.
A little bit out of our listening audience, but you know what?
I don't know. I've been looking at my cheat sheet, and I said, where the heck is that? And then Rensselaer 36 over North Newton 0.
That game is under a rain delay, but I do believe it's probably going to go final here.
Yeah.
We've got Knox all over Pioneer 57-6. Another postponed game, Winnemac and Frontier. A lot of storms coming through the central part of Indiana here. And then we've got River Forest over Calumet 35-0.
Wow, that's a surprise. That is a surprise. Nice job for and then you've got Highland who gets a win after being shut out last week. They're 22-21.
Yes,
they came back in that game.
They sure did.
Against Whiting. And then West Central has a 26-16 win over Culver.
All right, we've got just this one last slide here. We got North Judson 32 over LaVille 8, and then we got Calumet Christian 43 over Bowman 6. With that in mind, we're going to go ahead and take the Nathan Laird update. Andrean and Valpo late in the fourth quarter. Nathan, what's going on?
Well, it's not good if you're a 59er fan. Jacob Moore just picked off a Brady Ellis pass on 3rd and long with 1:37 to go, and that really should do things here. Andrean down to just 2 timeouts remaining in this ball game. This Valpo defense stepped up big, forcing these turnovers in the second half. They got that run game going offensively, and of course, like I said, that big pick six is going to be the difference maker in this one.
So Nathan, is a little bit of rattling here from the Andrean quarterback. Was the pressure a bit too much, or is Valpo's defense just taking advantage of the situation?
Valpo did a good job reading him. Especially that pick six, they jumped the route. This last one, I think it was just hoping for something downfield, trying to see if you can get a play made, and almost like a return punt there. So. I think that was a little bit more desperation than anything else when you probably had a little bit more time on the clock.
Yeah, fair enough, and it's a rough situation for a kid in that circumstance. But
he's making his second career start. Week 1 against Maryville, week 2 against Valparaiso. So it doesn't get much tougher in the region than that.
All right, Nathan, we've got a couple callers behind you. Do us a favor, give us a call when this game goes final, would you please?
Absolutely, thank you, guys.
All right, thank you much. That's Nathan Laird with an update from Andrean and Valpo. All right, we're going to go to our game of the week. We've got Steve Schmidt with an update from Kankakee Valley at Wheeler. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, guys, game has gone final. Kankakee Valley is a winner tonight, 35-21 over the Wheeler Bearcats. KV improved to 2-0 on the season. Marco Castro had 3 touchdowns on the ground, and the KV defense really stepped up in the second half tonight.
So Marco Castro had an excellent game last week, and he had another game this week. Is he really the quintessential leader for this team?
He is. He's one of those lead by example type guys. He's give me the rock when the game matters, and I'm going to take over the ball game right here, right now, and that's exactly what he did tonight.
So how did the defense step up after getting kind of punched in the mouth a little bit earlier in the game?
It seemed like they made a lot better adjustments against the passing game of Wheeler. I don't have all the stats in front of me, but the completion percentage significantly decreased in that second half. Just more physical play on the line of scrimmage, not necessarily jumping the route, but at least getting a hand in the passing lane. A lot of deflections, and I think the Cougars ended up with 3 interceptions tonight. I know 2 for sure, but I want to say there were 3. And there was one that was kind of iffy where it looked like it might have been a deflection or an interception, but I think there was 3 interceptions tonight.
So the defense pulled their weight here. So, Steve, just kind of one last thing before we let you go for the night from our game of the week. Just what is your general feeling, your general overview of how this game went?
It kind of went as I expected. I expected this to be kind of a closer ball game. Wheeler's had a nice start to the season in terms of just playing a little bit more physical, playing tougher. Playing a couple NCC teams for them out of the gate in Hanover Central and Kankakee Valley is not necessarily an easy task for a Greater South Shore team.
Right.
But they're playing with energy. They're playing hard. They're playing till the final whistle. I think Wheelers are not – I don't think they're a bad team, guys. They're going to contend for the Greater South Shore title this year once they get rolling in conference play because they have a lot of good playmakers on their team. I think what the overall factor was tonight was just a couple more numbers for KV in terms of just players, so they're able to sub guys in and out a little bit more freely, so they're able to have fresher guys on the field when it mattered most.
All right, thank you much, Steve. One last time, what was that final?
Final score, Kankakee Valley 35, Wheeler 21.
All right, thank you, Steve. We'll go ahead and talk with you next week. Thank you for all your updates, and great job this week.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you next week.
All right, thank you much. That is Steve Schmidt covering our game of the week, a Kankakee Valley victory over Wheeler. All right, we're going to go from Wheeler to Hammonds. We're going to go to Gary Graben with an update from Chesterton and Morton. Gary, what's going on?
Governor's not going down quietly here. Finally, a big pass play, Harris to Woods. It was a pitch of about 25 yards and a run of about 40 afterward. Extra point was good. It now makes the score 36-23 with 2 minutes to go. Morton tried an onside kick. Chesterton recovered. This should be the game.
So it's academic at this point, right, Gary?
Well, nothing's ever academic, it seems, but you would guess.
Right. I guess that's a fair statement.
There shouldn't be anything here but a couple of knees to finish this game off.
Fair enough. Gary, what do you think was the key to this game?
Well, we've talked most of the evening. Chesterton's running game, Morton did not have much of an answer for it. McCormick here with numerous scores tonight. Again, and for the most part, this Chesterton defense kept Morton in check. And ultimately, if you weren't with us at the start of the evening, Morton committed a lot of mistakes in the first quarter with a couple of fumbles and a poor snap from center on a punt. So Morton had self-inflicted wounds here, and Chesterton certainly took advantage and took command of this game, especially in the second half, where they have really just ground this game to a pulp against Morton here. Just really an impressive running performance for Chesterton to take command of this game and go 2-0 for the season.
All right, thank you much, Gary. One last time, we're not going to be able to chat with you probably when this game goes final, so just the score and time update, and we'll just presume it goes final after that.
Yeah, we're in a timeout right now, but it is 36-23, Chesterton over Morton in the last minute or so of the game.
All right, thank you much, Gary. Great job tonight, as always. We'll talk to you soon.
You guys are the best. We'll see you.
All right, thank you much. That's Gary Graben, and if you know anything about football in Northwest Indiana, Gary Graben is always right. Excuse me. I didn't mean to cough there. It was an accident.
Oh, yes, you did.
All right, so we just have a couple minutes left. We're going to keep a phone line open for Nathan Laird if he does call in and try to keep it quick. But before we get there, we're going to talk about some surprises of the night, Wayne. Wayne, what was your surprise of the night?
Well, I thought that Andreans really started out well. You know, I thought that they had Velpo on the ropes. You got to give them a lot of credit for playing well, but you got to give Velpo even more credit for coming back.
Right?
Three, I think
Three
it was.
interceptions, 2 pick sixes.
2 pick sixes.
That's incredible.
That is excellent for your defense.
Absolutely. So, Andrew Johnson, our switchboard operator, what is your surprise tonight?
I'm going to echo that one, and also the other surprise of the night that I wish that we would have had somebody out to cover was the Lafayette Jeff Michigan City game. Tough game for Michigan State to lose to a team that us here in Northwest Indiana don't really like to see when they win, because they're usually the bane of region teams.
Right.
In Lafayette Jeff, but both games surprising, close scores, good games. Definitely a heartbreaker for Andrean, though.
Yeah, it is a heartbreaker for Andrean. I mean, this game hasn't necessarily gone fight, at least to the best of our knowledge, but it seems like it's kind of in a kneel-down situation. Run the clock out, and we'll see how that goes. Excuse me. For my surprise of the night, folks, is Chesterton the real deal here?
Yes.
They are controlling the line of scrimmage, and they were okay last year. They weren't fantastic, but it seems like there is a huge push and a huge improvement from year over year from Chesterton. They are really, really tough this year, and I can't wait to see how they continue to expand throughout this.
Yep. I agree with you, and I think that we need to give a shout-out to Highland, who was shut out last week, and they came back against Whiting to win by 22-21.
Yes, they did. Wayne, we've got just a couple minutes left here. If you could give me just a couple sentences on what your final thoughts for the night, and then we'll go to Andrew, and then I'll finish up.
I think that, we learned a lot. We at the beginning of the show, you talked about from week 1 to week 2, that's the biggest jump. And all through the night, almost until that second half, I was going to say, look at Andrean.
Right.
They played poorly last week.
Right.
They really came out, and they did play well tonight. But Valpo was too much. So they, I think, learned a lot about their team. And I think I'll emphasize what you said. Chesterton, is the real deal.
Absolutely. I think they're going to be really tough this year. Andrew, real quick, what is your general feeling for the night?
I'm going to echo that sentiment as well. And looking at Chesterton's schedule right now, they have Michigan City next week, LaPorte, Valpo, Portage, Lake Central, at Crown Point on October 11th, and then they close out the season with Maryville. And, looking at this, could they be a dark horse pick right now to win the Duneland?
No.
I don't know about that. Not yet. Now, I mean, anything can happen any given Friday, right?
Right.
But, Crown Point is awfully tough. Maryville's awfully tough. Valpo's awfully tough. So it'll be a tall order, but they can do some damage here and make some noise.
Yes.
For me, I just think it's been another great week of football, and I'm disappointed that some of these games got canceled early because of the weather. But, Mother Nature does those tricks on you sometimes, and
especially this time
of year, and you can't really do much about that. But it looks like we are running out of time. We are not going to be able to get Nathan Laird here back for a final for our Valpo-Andrean game. Valpo was leading 28-21. Is that right?
Yes, 28-21.
With just a few minutes left in the game. Thanks, guys. I'm getting the thumbs up from my crew in there. But I'm just going to say some thank yous to end the night. We're going to go ahead and say this is Game Night presented by Purdue Federal Credit Union. Our correspondents tonight are Nathan Laird, me, Ray Fernandez, Ryan Sosnowski, Dr. Reed Amons, Kevin Driscoll, Steve Schmidt, Gary Graben. Our Coach's Corner, our T-Dub's house. Coach's Corner was Maryville coach Brad Cease. Tonight we had Andrew Johnson manning the switches, Tom Maloney on phones. For Wayne Svetanoff, my co-host, I'm Ben Kolodzinski. Good night, Gary, Indiana. You know I love you.
This is Game Night, live on Lakeshore Public Media, 89.1 FM. Streaming online at lakeshorepublicmedia.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Calling all 59ers, Slicers, and Wildcats. Do you have your high school debit card yet? Show your school pride everywhere you go, whether it's Friday night lights or your Monday morning commute. Get yours today at your local Purdue Federal Credit Union branch or learn more at purduefed.com.
Thinking of going to college? What do you plan to major in? At Ivy Tech Community College, they major in successful careers for you and all of their students. With locations in Michigan City, LaPorte, and Valparaiso, new classes start every few weeks. To get started, visit ivytech.edu. Again, it's ivytech.edu. Ivy Tech students are Indiana's future.
Lesky and Nondorf Family Dentistry, located in Valparaiso, provides general, restorative, and cosmetic services for Northwest Indiana families. All that is good begins with a smile. Learn more at leskyandnondorf.com.
Hello, I'm Michael Gallenberger, the local host of All Things